On the previous stream, we spent a lot of time on his first argument, him being Dave McKeegan. In the previous stream, we spent a lot of time on drag, which was the argument, and I'll just summarize that for you. Dave spent the first 2 minutes and 45 seconds of the video talking about drag and basically how when the Orion capsule is re-entering the atmosphere, it really don't need parachutes. It really don't need nothing for real to help it land safely. Flat earthers was pointing out how small the parachutes were on the Orion capsule, and Dave's response was basically, we don't even really need the parachutes for real. And that was the part one. Basically, Dave was just saying that it's so much drag, and the lower you go in the atmosphere, like putting your hand out the car window is pushing you back, that it kind of lands them softly. And that was his argument. His argument is basically, the parachutes ain't even there to help us for real. We don't need them. That's his argument. His argument is basically, the more you fall, the more the atmosphere slow you down naturally, because it's so much drag, it's so much more air in the lower part of the atmosphere. It's like a cushion. It's like the atmosphere gradients, the atmosphere density is acting as a braking system for the Orion capsule. I want to summarize this first dumb argument, because I want you to picture this. And I don't want to be redundant because I spent so much time on the first show dealing with this one argument, and I can't do y'all like that on this one, all right? We got to move. But just to summarize why I'm right and he's wrong on the first one, and you can go back and watch the previous video if you want a lot of thoroughness, if you want to be thorough. But let's just say that this is Artemis. And let's put a little window here. This is Artemis, right? Put a little door right there. Now this is Artemis. And as Artemis is falling through the upper part of the atmosphere, these arrows represent the wind that's pushing up as Artemis go down. Now they're saying gravity is pulling Artemis down and the drag force is pushing it up. And basically the stronger gravity pull, the more that the drag say, gravity, you ain't gonna make this thing collapse and bust into a million pieces on the ground like when Sanchez drop a vase in his living room. Now think about what I'm telling you in a minute. Dave is saying, ain't a lot of drag up here, but by the time the capsule gets here, look at how many more arrows we got. That represents more drag when it passes this layer here. It's going to be here, and it's going to have more wind pushing up on it. So the lower Artemis go, it gets another layer where there's even more drag. Like here. See? You see? And these things just start getting compressed. You see how this go? And as it goes lower, look, we can squeeze them in like this. You get the point, they get smaller and smaller. So as Artemis get down here, it's so much more drag force pushing up on Artemis that it just lands it safely in the ocean without no one ever getting hurt.
Stupid.
Dave is basically saying we can fall and we ain't gotta worry about, why did we even invent parachutes anyway? I don't know why the hell a dummy invented parachutes. That dummy must didn't know that the atmosphere would do it all. I want to look up who invented the parachute so he can go down in history as one of the most worthless inventors we ever known. Because we don't need parachutes. It's stupid. You can hop out of a plane with nothing, and the drag force will cushion your fall. Now, if it can do that for Artemis and the Orion capsule, why can't it do it for a glass of soda that I dropped in the road? Oh, it ain't falling fast enough, huh? But you said by the time Artemis hit the ocean, it's going less than 6 miles per hour. Artemis not hitting the ocean at hundreds and thousands of miles per hour. That'll kill them, according to you. Drag stopping at. You forgot? So by the time Artemis hit the ground, it's so much drag pushing at it that it can land safely. Globalists believe some stupid stuff. I gotta give a shout out to Television. Let's show some love to Television. And people, this is what I'm gonna do real quick before I move any further. I'm gonna start a goal, and the goal will be if we can get 15 people to send in $20, that will actually cover today's broadcast. We have goals every broadcast. Sometimes we make them, sometimes we don't, but every time we come with the fire and the truth, no matter what. So appreciate that. Let me do this and we'll continue. Let me put this up and we'll continue. Thank you to the person who sent in that super chat. We really appreciate you being the first donator. We need 15 more people to send in orange super chats of $20. And if we are able to reach that goal, we are going to gift 5 memberships. In fact, you know what, people? We're going to gift 5 memberships anyway. Just don't let me forget. Because I'm forgetful, man. We gonna give 5 memberships anyway at some point in the show. But we're gonna do it later so we can get the numbers up to give you something to look forward to. Now check this out. Let's summarize the first argument that we spent the whole show on, and you can go back and watch it. Dave don't believe we need parachutes. Because according to him, it ain't Orion's parachute system that we're depending on for it to land safely.
Stupid.
What? If I hop out of a plane, it ain't the parachute that's saving my life? You mean to tell me skydivers can skydive and the atmosphere will naturally slow them down? Yes, he's actually right about that. But guess what he don't tell you? It don't slow them down to a speed that's safe for you to fall. If that's the case, we wouldn't have made parachutes. The parachutes have to rapidly slow you down to a safe speed. It ain't drag that slows you down to a safe landing speed. But he got to make that argument because there's nothing they can really say, right? He got to make that argument, right? Because they can't argue back with what we're pointing out about Orion's parachutes. They don't have any comeback for that. Those parachutes on Orion are smaller than parachutes that are on care packages from the Red Cross, man. And this thing is 2 minivans. Let's get into his video. We ain't gonna spend a lot of time on drag. Again, we did that the whole first video. If you want to check it out, go back and watch the previous stream. We're going to move on here today, and we're going to go with his next argument and let him go ahead and make his next argument starting now.
So, let's look at the first post that tries to argue it's all a lie.
This is Artemis 2 coming back to Earth, and this is what NASA is showing us. They're showing us a bunch of people in an office, right? This is mission control. And first of all, the lighting is horrible here. And this is what we're getting. We're getting a CGI visualization of the re-entry, right? This is it right here, CGI. We're not getting any live footage. This is CGI.
So they find it strange that there's no live stream footage from Artemis during re-entry, and instead it's been replaced by an animation. Well, the first question to consider is what cameras would be live streaming it?
Now, I want y'all to know that we know what lie he's gonna say. I haven't even watched this, but I'm gonna see if I'm a good prophet here. We can't live stream it because there's a plasma shield blocking our communication signal. I got a rebuttal for that. We know the lie y'all gonna tell. You guys are so predictable.
The cameras that we'd been used to seeing from Artemis were GoPro cameras mounted at the ends of the solar panels. But the solar panels weren't attached to the Orion capsule itself, they were part of the service module behind Orion. The service module was jettisoned before re-entry because they needed to uncover Orion's heat shield, because that is what would protect the crew coming through the atmosphere. Though we did actually get a live stream view as they approached re-entry from a camera located inside Orion looking out of the window. However, this then cuts out.
Did you hear what he just said? Now, we said, why didn't we get no live footage while they was re-entering? And he said, but we did get some right before they re-entered and it cut out. Now, to some people, that's enough for them to say, yeah, take that, you naysayers. And it's like, y'all are so easy and gullible. Really? Are you hearing him? He said, but hey, we did get right before the re-entry. Bro, that's not enough. We want the re-entry. But let's let him continue.
Following which, we see a camera filming Orion from the ground, showing it re-entering, but it was very hard to keep it in view, and eventually they lost it. So
it's hard to keep that little dot inside of this big ass black box right here. I want y'all to let that sink in now. It is hard to keep this little bitty dot right here inside of this huge ass black frame to the moment it hit the ground. You know, it's so many freaking excuses, man. Shout out the Wound Socket Truth Seekers, man. Wound Socket, appreciate you for being one of 15 helping us reach our goal with today's broadcast, brother. We really appreciate that. I want y'all to hear the many excuses he's saying, and it's just not, it's to people who want to believe this is true, it's enough for them. It's not honest, man. This is a bunch of malarkey. Everything he say in response is just a bunch of horse crap. And it's for people who don't want the truth. Because these lies are pathetic, he's telling. It's hard to follow this little dot inside of this black box. Really? All the way. You know why it is? Because if they think about what we're looking at now. We're looking at a dark sky with a little white circular ball on it. Let me see if I can blow this up. You know why they couldn't track it, y'all, from the ground? If this is being tracked from the ground, why is the sky black and Orion is falling during the daytime? You know why you couldn't track this down to the ground? Because this little dot right here has to turn into a big ass capsule by the time it get to the ground. And this is CGI people looking at. There's no way if they keep following this little dot, it's going to get bigger and bigger as a capsule and land on the ground. And as it's going down, this sky got to go from dark to blue. How is the sky already dark if it's being filmed from the ground? How they looking at it in space? If you're filming Orion from the ground, you're not seeing a dark background, people. It only take a little bitty thought. This man know that he talking to a bunch of dummies. That's right. Who don't want to think it through. They don't want to know the truth. If someone literally is tracking a real-time object right now, and this ain't no digital tracking system in a computer, Because he's making it like, so we tracked it from the ground, but it cut off. Why would it cut off if we tracking it from the ground? What's stopping the signal now? Why, if we're tracking something from the ground, will the camera cut off right at the moment of re-entry? Why are the people tracking this on the ground running into the same problems as the people in the capsule? They're on the ground. They shouldn't be getting a signal cut during re-entry, but they did. How convenient. We can just never get any re-entry footage. And these lame excuses is enough for y'all. Let's keep going.
But it was very hard to keep it in view, and eventually they lost it.
It was so hard to keep in view that eventually they lost it. Come on, people. Well, then why didn't you keep recording you failing to keep it in view? You feel me? Like, I'm not just gonna give up and cut the camera off. Oh, crap, let's cut the camera off at the moment of re-entry. We're tracking it, but it's so hard to track it that it gets hard, so hard, right at the moment of re-entry. We got to take a quick break to let the systems reset. Drop a 1 if you can hear me right now loud and clear. Let's do a tech check. Drop a 1 real quick, people, and drop some flat powers out there. Let me communicate with the chat. We need to do a quick tech check because I'm getting a message on my end from my OBS that we are experiencing some kind of tech issue. Drop a 1 if we're good, and I'll ignore that and keep it moving. Make sure y'all like and share the video. The numbers jumped to 500, and then my broadcast gave me a message. That was crazy. But keep liking and sharing the video. We're going to gift memberships in this show. I hope y'all see how deceptive and just dumbness these arguments are. Let's keep it going. People are giving me warns, so that means I can ignore this little message here and we can keep going. All right.
It in view, and eventually they lost it. So it then cuts away to a view of mission control and then brings up the animation for a period of time, and later the live feed then returns to view the capsule much closer to Earth and then showing the parachutes beginning to deploy. So
yeah, people, only a fool would believe this, man.
Why the animation rather than an internal live stream? Well, building on what we've just gone over, it's quite interesting and rather important to note the drag that the spacecraft experiences on re-entry is not actually air molecules hitting the spacecraft itself. The spacecrafts are intentionally designed to not be streamlined on re-entry in order to generate more resistance. However, the thing is traveling so fast that when it first hits the atmosphere, the force is naturally pushing air molecules straight away from it very quickly.
Of course, what he's doing now is using a bunch of big words to explain why the hell we couldn't give you that live footage. All right? He finna explain what this does to our equipment to make us lose the signal from the capsule, but it don't explain why the hell you lost it from the ground. It's too many problems, y'all.
But those air molecules are then being pushed into more air molecules. And because the force of those initial ones being moved is so much, they'll force those other air molecules away too. So essentially you get this cushion of air surrounding the heat shield that is very quickly compressing the air in front of it. This sudden compression causes the air to get very hot very quickly. So hot,
according to y'all's animation and theoretical reality, but we never can record this. It's so hot, but when the astronauts looking out they window, it's crystal clear. It should be bright red.
In fact, that it turns into this ionized plasma. And because of the slight curvature to the heat shield, this plasma wraps around the spacecraft. So it's not directly hitting it, but rather riding past it on a cushion of air.
and it blocks the communication signal. Can you just get to the damn excuse already? We know all this, man. We just don't agree with it.
You can sort of see this idea yourself if you're on an aeroplane. Occasionally, you'll see white streaks of condensation forming.
Bro, you didn't have to do nothing but go to a sonic jet. A sonic jet would have showed you a plasma bubble, a sound bubble around it, and that would have been a better example.
Over the wing. But it's not directly hitting the wing. Instead, it's being pushed up and over the wing before it actually gets to the...
We understand that, man. We were just asking why you didn't get the live footage, bro. Well, all of this stopped our equipment from working. Let's get to that part. We know where you're going, man.
Surface, and then it flows over it without actually touching it. So this stream of ionized plasma is wrapped right the way around the spacecraft, and it actually blocks signals being sent.
Right, man, right. Like, we know this, but it don't block them from the ground. So y'all only got one person recording from the ground, and they can track it. Oh, it's so hard to track it. You getting $45,000 a minute, and you can't track an object for the people who paying you. Think about that. We can track missiles that's being launched at us, and they going slower than Orion. See how I'm beating them up with logic, y'all? I'm beating them up with logic. Shout out to Jay Scaramella for that love, man. Globe heads are the masters of reaching and denial and making up stuff and being fake smart. To some people equate smart to this look he's giving off. This, well, he's sitting down, he got a globe in the background, he got his little dog. Like, smart now is aesthetics. People are visual. They've been mind programmed. They don't deal with what makes sense. They deal with what looks smart. And people like Dave are fake smart. It doesn't take intelligence to regurgitate what they're telling us. It takes intelligence to challenge it. That's right. We know everything he's saying, but think about what I just said. If we can track missiles on Earth that's going faster than Orion, why can't we track Orion and it's falling right above our damn head, man? It's literally falling on top of you. It's like when countries are bombing other countries, these countries can detect and track every little missile. And if they defense systems are in place, they can shoot them out the sky before they ever reach them. And these things are going ridiculous speeds. They can track the missile and aim a defense missile at it and blow it out the way. Way before it get to them. But we can't just track a capsule that's is slowing down. It ain't speeding up. It's falling dead on top of us like a missile. So we can track the missile that's about to blow us up and falling on us. And we can track it from miles away. But we can't track Artemis for right up here from miles away, right there in the clouds, right here in the upper atmosphere. Think about what I'm telling you, right? NASA is telling y'all that they got planetary defense systems that are able to track objects from the ground that are coming from other galaxies. Listen to what I'm telling you. You ain't hearing me. NASA is telling y'all they're able to track objects that are coming in from other planets and blow them out the way before they hit the Earth. But they can't track their own goddamn capsule coming into their own landing site. And y'all gonna go for that, huh?
To and from the spacecraft. Now, this is not new to Artemis. It is a standard communications blackout that all re-entering spacecraft experience.
Now, I was waiting on him to get to that part. Watch this right here. Watch what I'm about to show you. Hold on, watch this. I gotta pull this up. I want y'all to give me a second. I'm about to pull up a source for y'all. I don't want to speak without the source. I'm going to show you something. Okay. Let me make sure I got the right one.
Continuing to monitor.
So everything, I want to just be clear because he's so damn deceptive. Everything Dave telling you we can't do and we never done, check this out, right?
This Apollo Control, Houston.
Hold on.
Seeing come from the is cross their fingers.
So hold on, this ain't the one. Here's the one. Look at here. Look at this. What we're watching is Apollo 11 direct re-entry from the moon, and we're watching the re-entry from the outside of the capsule. Some Dave said we ain't got. I'm gonna replay him. Look at this.
We're at 3 minutes 20 seconds.
Now they're giving us footage of the red hot dangerous re-entry. Let me replay Dave again. He's a big liar. Listen.
On the spacecraft. Now this is not new to Artemis. It is a standard communications blackout that all...
Right. We understand that every spacecraft... I believe Dave is really stupid. He's talking to people who think flat earthers don't know this. That's the deceptive thing about what they're doing. They know we know all this. We just don't agree with it. You're not debating our argument by repeating to us what we don't agree with. You have to counter our argument. When we say the parachutes are too small and there's no jerk up, your answer is, well, we really don't need the parachutes. Then why put them on there? They there to save your life, man. You can't deal with the arguments, so you just circumvent them by getting rid of the thing that brings heat to your theory. In this case, it's the parachutes. We just don't need them. Oh, really? But they're there, huh? All right, move on to that. And he says, well, all of the spacecraft have a blackout. We know that. We know that. We don't care about your technicalities, man, and malfunctions. Because we know you can track this from the ground, according to the technology we supposed to have in the Planetary Defense Department. How are we going to blow a comet out the Earth atmosphere? If we can't track a basic doggone capsule that we sent up there in our own atmosphere, we can't track it from the point. Think about how silly this is. We can't track our own capsule from our own atmosphere at all times, but they want you to believe they're going to protect you from a comet and they're going to be able to track that from the way back there in the back of the damn galaxy in the solar system to before it hit the ground. Then they want you to believe, well, there's no way we can get no footage of Orion with this big fireball around it, because we just can't. Not from the ground, not from the capsule. You just got to take these animations. But what you're telling me is we were able to get real footage of this in the 70s, 80s, but not in the 2000s with better technology. So we got better technology and we can't do this again right here. And this looks horrible, by the way. I guess somebody said, look, we just need to go over to animations. This isn't believable. We need to move to animations. Now watch this. I'm going to show you how silly this is. He's telling you we can't get a signal through the plasma bubble that's around Orion. But guess what? Don't y'all know we got cameras that are live streaming the sun right now? Do you know how thick and big the radiation bubble around the sun is? People, use y'all head. Not y'all, but the dumb globe earthers in the back. You can't give me live footage of the sun with shit popping off, flames popping everywhere. The camera right up on the goddamn fire. Like, let's pull up some of these damn footage to show y'all what I'm talking about. You can't make this up. You can, so our technology can pierce the radiation field that's around the sun, but not the little bitty thin bubble around the capsule. Interesting. Let me see. We got people. If you want to, you can access cameras where we're literally live streaming the sun. Look here. This is what we're doing today. Look at this. Where is the camera? People, they can give you live stream footage of what's happening on the sun, and this look fake as hell. Look at how, now who's this close where they can see this amount of detail on the sun? If you look at the images we get from Artemis, y'all, they're close up like this one. How are we this close to the sun? Watch this. If you look at the Artemis photos, we're right up on the damn moon, man. Look at how close we are to the moon. Look at this. Look at the moon's surface in perspective to the camera. The camera. Look at this. You right up on the moon. But look at this same angle with the sun. You right up on the sun. Look. This camera will be melted. And by the way, this camera wouldn't be able to send this signal back to the Earth because it got to send it through a bigger, more dangerous plasma field than what's around Orion, stupid. That's right. See, you got to be a dumb globe earther who don't want to be out of your religion to just do away with logic, to not use common sense like what I'm using to see that these folks is lying to y'all. Ain't no way you can send a signal from the sun to the Earth and it's this clear, ain't no static or nothing. But we can't get one from a capsule that's right up there in the ceiling, right up there. And the plasma bubble around it is thinner than a sheet of paper compared to what this camera right here got to send its message through. This camera right here should have a way, we shouldn't even be getting none of this data right here, man. We shouldn't be getting this. Let's let him finish his argument so we can wrap his argument up.
All re-entering spacecraft experience, and it lasts a few minutes. We saw it through Apollo, we saw it through the space shuttle, we see it with SpaceX Dragon capsules returning from the ISS.
As we mentioned before, we have entered a communications blackout period, which lasts about...
To act like we don't know that is like so disingenuous, and for people to, like, you doing all this is you not dealing with our argument. The arguments that I'm bringing up now is what we need you to address. But they never address our arguments. You know,
7 minutes due to...
They tell us stuff we already know. If we didn't know that, we wouldn't be able to formulate these arguments we making that you're saying. That's how come I know that I'm right, because when I know what y'all gonna say, well, the plasma shield blocked the communication. We know y'all lame answers, man. It ain't that we don't know it. It's that we don't agree with it. And I just gave y'all an example of why you shouldn't agree with it.
To the plasma formation on the exterior of the capsule. We've got about 5 minutes remaining until we believe we can acquire that signal again. Now, during this time, no vehicle telemetry is received by Mission Control or the recovery team, and no external commanding of the vehicle or voice communication is possible.
It was even famously portrayed in the movie Apollo 13.
A movie? A movie? This is crazy. A movie, bro? For a reference?
Flight, we have lost the radio contact.
Roger
Wow.
Ex-
And it's just saying a bunch of nothing because Dave knows we know this. He know we know this. He got to do this for the people watching to confuse them on what the argument is. See, we're making arguments based upon our knowledge of everything he's saying right now. But he won't deal with our arguments. He's repeating the shit we both know. The shit he know, the shit I know. We both know about, okay, when the capsule is coming into the Earth, they say that it loses its signal because of the plasma bubble around it. We all know that. And because I know that, I'm making an argument saying it's bullshit based upon X, Y, and Z. I just went over it. But if you don't want to deal with the arguments, you can act like we don't know that and spend hours like you teaching us something we don't know. And people will let you get away with that kind of deception because y'all are evil. Ain't no truth in you. And shout out to D-Dub Exclusive. That's right. D-Dub said, keep your foot on their neck, bro. Professor Dave running from you. Oh, yeah, he running, man. Salutes to you, brother. Appreciate the 40. That's a 40 piece, man. We got to drop another bomb for that.
Expect to regain signal in 3 minutes.
And we do actually see this on NASA's own live stream for Artemis as well.
This man is still trying to tell us that the signal cuts out. We know that.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
Spent a lot of time on that.
This will be a 6-minute blackout period.
And then showing the footage, like, that's crazy.
No voice, no data from the crew.
Note the yellow glow appearing just before the camera cuts out. That's the plasma beginning to build up behind.
And it looks fake as hell. We see that, brother. We see that.
No voice,
and we're
no data
not convinced, man.
From the crew.
Note the yellow.
This footage don't look real to me. It doesn't. And it shouldn't be a matter of us believing footage. Because the thing about it is this. If y'all are able to give us a visual of the capsule entering the Earth, that may convince a lot of people. That's all that the flat earthers were asking. They're not convinced with this, so they wanting more, is what they're saying. They're saying, look, it's 2026. Can't we film the doggone capsule coming into our own atmosphere right now? So you mean to tell me NASA can't film a meteor or a comet that's about to hit Earth? And guess what, y'all? If NASA can't film a meteor or a comet that's about to hit the Earth, guess what, y'all? It can't track it to defend the planet from it with its planetary defense technology, people. That's right! Think about what I'm saying. If it's moving too fast for me to record it with my camera, then it's moving too fast for me to blow it out the sky before it make contact with y'all. It's common sense. If you telling me you can't do this, then you shouldn't be able to do that. But you're saying you can do that, and you got me paying into you doing that. But when you tell me you can't do this, it make me go back over here and question, well, can you do this anyway then? Well, how are you telling me that we can record re-entry in the 70s, but not in the 2000s with better technology? Because even though this is a horrible video, it's an attempt. Let's watch it. It's an attempt.
Where?
This is not through the window. Nope. This is from the outside of the capsule. You can see the body of the capsule right here. This is us filming through the plasma bubble. Now, I got a question. What kind of camera we had in the 70s? We need to bring that old motherfucker back in the 2000s so we can do what they saying we can't do today. Now, imagine that. Imagine me talking on a rotary phone and I can talk to people that's on the moon, but I can't talk to people that's right up here in the upper atmosphere. Well, Sanchez, that's because them things got a plasma bubble around it. Cool, I'll give y'all that excuse. The plasma bubble, we can't film for nothing. The plasma bubble, we can't show to save our life.
3 minutes 20 seconds since entry. Blackout should end about 3 minutes 53 seconds after entry.
Now, this is what I don't get. They still got a blackout in this video, right? But people, look at how much of the plasma shield we get before blackout. We damn near don't get a blackout. We're watching a whole, and this is what I mean about the inconsistencies in re-entry. So back in the day, we was able to have a signal through the plasma shield. We're looking at the plasma shield and we're getting a signal. But they're saying blackout ain't happened yet. Now, a person may say, Sanchez, we still getting a signal because blackout ain't happened yet. Guess what, yo? Blackout is when the plasma shield first start to form around the vehicle. The key word to that is first start to form, not later. That's an inconsistency. Dave just showed y'all in this video. He said, note that when the yellow stuff start to form, we lose entry. He tells you that. You don't see a lot of that yellow stuff forming because it's right at the beginning, right? Do I got to play his video back to show you that? He says it. Maybe I need to go back a bit and replay it. Y'all can take it back on your own because he said it earlier. We just played it. He said, note the yellow haze starting to form and then it blacks right out. It don't even have time to get that yellow yet. Let me see if I can take it back there.
It is a standard communication few minutes.
Or we enter got a team or voice.
It was even famously
Speculative.
on NASA or Artemis. Actually see this on.
Here you go.
And we do actually see this on NASA's own live stream for Artemis as well.
And as predicted, we've entered our out period.
Up beat to build all the camera cuts appearing just before.
No voice, no data
Listen.
from the crew.
Listen.
Note the yellow glow appearing just before the camera cuts out. That's the plasma beginning to build.
And listen, the plasma didn't get no time to build up. You notice the words he's using. This is the plasma beginning to build up. And you do not get the whole window covered. The signal is lost right when we see a little bit of yellow. Check it out.
Before the camera cuts out. That's the plasma beginning to
Boom,
build.
gone. You don't even have time for the window to get fully covered by plasma. And boom, your signal cut. And I'm trying to see how in the old days, we was able to still get a signal looking through all that fire. Look at this, man. This looked like an inferno and we still got a signal. Inconsistency. How long is it going to take the blackout? Because in this video, the blackout come so much. I mean, they're damn near a fireball already. When are you going to lose signal? Like, someone need to be in charge of signal loss consistency. That need to be a department. I'm helping them out. I'm trying to teach them how to lie better for the next generation. I mean, y'all gonna have to tell this lie forever. So just get it right. I'm trying to help you out. Y'all need a department, and that shit needs to be called Signal Cut Consistency Team. And they need to be in charge of making sure every re-entry, the signal cuts roughly the same time. This gap too big. This gap too inconsistent. Because in 2026, soon as we see just a little bit of yellow, we lose our signal with the best technology. But in the 70s, we talking through a damn fireball. We literally holding a signal through an inferno. Look at this. The signal still ain't lost yet, y'all. Let's play the video and let's see how long it take the signal to get lost in the 70s. It's still going, y'all. Man, you can go and pop a damn bag of popcorn and this signal ain't lost yet. We still got signal,
We're about
folks.
11 minutes away from landing.
We're 11 minutes. That's a long way, but we're in re-entry mode. We're covered in fire now in plasma, but we still got a signal. Now this the 70s.
Orion 3 is the uprange Orion aircraft.
Apollo 11, Houston through Orion.
Bro, wait a goddamn minute. We still got a signal. Bro, when is the signal gonna be lost? When are we gonna switch to the animations? Bro, don't tell me we filmed more of this re-entry in the 70s than in the 2000s. We're waiting on blackout. Here come black. Oh, so you telling me blackout is just gonna fade in the 70s, huh? Listen at y'all. Blackout is fading in the 70s. Blackout in the 2000s abruptly cuts. But blackout in the 70s fades in. What you telling me?
Apollo 11, Houston through Orion 4.
I'm waiting on,
Apollo
bro.
11.
What the hell kind of blackout is this? This ain't a blackout. What is this?
Houston through Orion.
And when are we gonna lose signal? Why is he still talking?
Standing by. Over.
Did they forget to lose signal? Oh, by the way, this is from the outside of the craft. I want to know what kind of camera we using in the 70s that can film this from the outside and why globalists ain't bragging on this. You know what I don't get? You know what I don't get? These globe earthers said that they love NASA and they love the globe, but this what y'all gotta realize. In my last stream, I brought up more science than Dave. I brought up the second law of motion and all that. He didn't bring up nothing in his video, no science. But he's the science communicator. Why won't he bring up his own equations before me if I'm the one debunking it? But the nerve of him to talk to me like I don't know what's going on when we bringing up the laws and equations and he ain't. That's deception. He don't want to deal with what his science says because guess what? We've debunked what his science says and he know he can't defend it. So he got to play this game like, let me teach them why we lose signal and what happens to the ship. We know that. So the thing is like the whole world being deceived, man. And it's amazing because we're showing accomplishments that they're hiding. Like, think about it. If you're a globe earther, you should be saying, oh, we have recorded a re-entry before. We did that before. Take that, flat earthers. Why don't you want to claim this achievement right here, man? Look, I'm showing it. Why does Dave act like this don't exist? You know why, y'all? It's because they've changed the argument today. They've changed the argument. They've always said we lose signal upon re-entry, but they didn't agree when the signal gets lost. And I'm very, very thorough and intricate with research. I'm gonna look for every flaw that you making because I know the flaws that you should make if you're lying. You can't get everything right, and I'm gonna find it because check this out. It's so much shit y'all gotta be right about, man, that you're just not gonna get everything right. You expecting people not to do this kind of tedious research that I'm doing. And appreciate the people who appreciate my research and my time and everything I'm doing here, man, and helping us reaching our goals. I wish that when we give memberships, we can select who get the memberships, but we can't. They give them randomly. This is just, I mean, I'm really debunking this nonsense he's talking. And I ain't gonna beat a dead horse. Y'all get the point. They can't bring this footage up because they would have to admit, yes, we did it then, but we can't do it now. And that's gonna bring up a whole nother argument about technology that works in our favor. And they rather not have that argument. So they rather not even bring this up. So what do? They say, well, this has always been the case. We've never been able to do this. And then I got to show them, wait a minute. So it's one thing to not bring this up. It's another thing to sit up there and say we never done it. Now you taking this lie to a whole nother level. Because I can go back and get the receipts and show you where we done it at. And you should be able to do this. You the globe earther.
Glow appearing just before the camera cuts out, that's the plasma beginning to build up behind the spacecraft. So once it reaches a certain level, the signal to Orion is lost, and they not only lose the camera feed, but also the radio communications as well.
But we don't lose it in the 70s. Look, this nigga's still talking, y'all. Listen to this shit. We hear the signal there. Listen. Right, that's the signal. You can't let anything we get through the radio is a signal. And we're getting a signal. Even though it's little static and crackling, you shouldn't even be getting that, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Airboss has a...
You getting a signal, you hear this, man? And we see the plasma shield. We see the plasma, bro. We see the plasma. We see the fire. Y'all see that this big plasma ball is so far into the re-entry now that it's dimming down. They're getting closer to Earth. And he's still talking. See, like I said, man, everybody been saying we lose signal. We lose signal because of the plasma shield. But if you watch enough of these, you will realize what I just pointed out. You can go do this for yourself. When they lose signal is so inconsistent. So what I did, I looked at when they lost signal in the recent trip, what Dave just played, which was damn near instant. Soon as we see a little bit of the shell forming, the signal's gone. And then I went and looked at old footages of this reentry. And this was the one that was the longest, where I'm like, damn, okay, they're taking them quite a long time to lose signal. And I said, okay, I got to share this one because this shows the most inconsistent. Now, you can go online and you can watch other videos. It's hard to find a real video footage of the plasma shield. I found one. So any globalist saying we don't got it, you're lying. You can go to NASA archives and get this. It's from Apollo 11. And they are filming this from outside the vehicle. This camera is mounted outside and it ain't getting damaged. And it's keeping a signal. Well, they can say, well, that camera ain't live, it's just recording. Well, it's strong as hell, it ain't melting. And why couldn't we do that this time? That's what we were saying. Why can't they put a camera outside Orion and let us see the big fireball? Well, it ain't gonna see nothing. All you're gonna see is a bright white light. Well, I wanna see that. Let me see that. I paid for that. So if we can put a camera outside the capsule and do it, then we should be able to do it now, plain and simple. And the whole while we watching this thing, we can hear his voice over it. And if this was live, which they say it was, then guess what we can assume? That the camera that's filming this inferno was live. Yeah, you can't make the excuse that Sanchez, the camera outside the vehicle, wasn't part of the live feed. Its job was just to record the footage. Well, that's a lie, because his voice over the footage that it recorded. So guess what y'all got to lie now and say? You got to say, well, Sanchez, they took the footage from the camera after the fact and dubbed the audio over it.
Stupid.
Now you got to do a whole lot of lying now. Now you got to say, Sanchez, wasn't no audio over this recording because it wasn't connected to the live feed. It was just recording a visual. And then when they landed, they gave him the recording and they said, now act like you live and that this is actually happening live and let's dub that over it. So we know that ain't the case. So what can we conclude? That we can assume that the footage we're watching right now, they're telling us they shot this live during the re-entry process. Why can't we do it again? That's my question.
We're about 11 minutes away from landing.
By the way, to people that saying that that's flame from a rocket, you're wrong. Think about it, people. I need y'all to use common sense now. If they're re-entering the Earth, why the hell are they burning flame out the back of the rocket, y'all? Come on, folks. We're not trying to speed up. We're trying to slow down. Let me teach y'all something. When a rocket is leaving the Earth, when they tell us that a rocket is leaving the Earth, what they teach is that the flame shooting out the back of the rocket is to help them escape gravity to get to space. But when they're re-entering, they ain't shooting nothing. The fire that you see is all the plasma shield that's forming for re-entry. That's something y'all need to know as flat earthers, because globalists will eat y'all up for looking stupid and not knowing that. Because the moment you tell a globalist, how come that rocket getting combustion in the vacuum, they gonna rip the floor with you, man. Because this is re-entry, and that is not rocket exhaust. You only got a rocket exhaust when you're leaving. When they coming back in, any flame of fire you seeing is the plasma shield from re-entry. They never hitting the gas to re-enter. They're hitting the brakes, folks. We're not trying to speed up. We're slowing down.
Orion 3 is the uprange Orion aircraft.
Houston through Orion. Apollo 11 Houston through Orion 4.
Hey, I'm dropping a link for this round MF power because I'm going to tell you something about round MF power. For one thing, you're using one of our badges from our other channel for your profile avatar. Another thing, you're not original because why you using Flat Power's motto? Everyone knows when it comes to the MF in power, that's FMFP. Now I want y'all to spam this sucker with FMFPs to let them know you're biting our shit, man. You're biting. Won't y'all make up y'all own little stuff too? Now, Flat motherfucking power. It don't even sound right when you say round motherfucking power. That don't even sound right. It don't even flow the same. Round power, round motherfucking power. That don't, it sounds corny.
Apollo 11 Houston through Orion, standing by. Over.
Y'all can't be original. Let's get back to Dave. And I'm going to let him complete his little argument, and then I'm going to get the last word before we move to the next one.
So the NASA live stream now doesn't have a live feed directly from Artemis, and the ground camera is trying to film it, but is struggling to keep it in view, and eventually they lose sight of it.
It's struggling to keep a capsule in view that's right up there in our atmosphere, and it's slowing down. It ain't speeding up, but you can track meteors that's going way faster than that. That's on a death mission toward Earth. You really making me feel safe with your planetary defense department. I don't understand, right? Like, that'll be like me telling y'all, right? That'll be like me hiring a sniper to protect me, and the sniper say, I can protect your life, man. But if a target is too close and it's moving slow, I can't track it. If it's way back there and it's going fast as hell, now I can track that. I'm not gonna hire that sniper. Cause the sniper telling me that that you can hit a target that's further away moving faster, but you can't hit a target that's close up moving slower. Man, get out of here. You ain't no sniper. Come on now. It's easier to hit the one close up moving slower. So what am I saying? If NASA can track objects that's moving, we're talking 10 times the speeds of bullet. These are meteoroids and asteroids that's whirling through the universe. They moving way faster than anything we can man. That's right. But we tracking them with no problem. And we'll be able to track them all the way back to show you exactly what city they're gonna land in, what the cross streets is gonna land in. We can deflect that thing away from Earth way ahead of time. That's what NASA telling us. But we can't track Artemis right there in the upper atmosphere, and it's going slower. Okay, let's keep going.
So they switched to a feed from Mission Control. I'm not entirely sure what his problem is with the lighting.
In an office, right? This is Mission Control. And first of all, the lighting is horrible here.
I think he overlooks this is basically an office space. It's for them to work. They need good amount of functional lighting to be able to see.
Okay, I don't want to talk about no lighting. I don't even know how that made the video. That's just another way of Dave to not deal with the real arguments. And I don't even know why the other guy brought up lighting. But let me say something about this whole no live footage part from re-entry. Because we got it in the 70s, we should be able to do it again in the 20s. The no live footage explanation doesn't hold up when you look at what modern aerospace can actually do. We're talking about the most critical phase of the entire mission, which is re-entry. Yet that's exactly where the visuals disappear and get replaced with animations. And the excuse is basically, we didn't have cameras in the right place, or we didn't have cameras that was capable. In the 2020s, that's not a technical limitation. It's a design choice. We did it in the 70s. Hardened imaging systems exist today, people. This is technology we got. High temperature materials, protective housings, and shielded lenses are already used in extreme environments. I just showed you a case right here. Check it out. This is the most extreme environment anything could be in. Do you know how much thermal radiation this camera is experiencing, yet it's giving us a HD signal of the sun? We can see the spots popping in real time, folks. We probably watching a loop. Well, of course, ain't no probably. We know we're watching a dang on loop. If you watch this long enough and pay attention to one part, you'll see it loop around a couple times, of course. But look at what this camera giving us. Right up on the sun. It's damn near getting hit with lava splashes right now. And it's giving us a good signal. And if you ask them, because I've debated globalists, I've been doing this for over a decade, and I've debated them about this. I've asked them, I've said, hey man, y'all mean to tell me we got cameras that can give us a signal even though they inside of the sun's radiation bubble this close? And you know what globalists tell me? They said, we got the technology to do it. Globalists tell me, just because you saying we don't got it don't mean we don't got it. I'm pretty sure they got the kind of technology that can do it. You see the video. Drop a 1 in the chat room if I'm not alone on this. Drop a 1 in the chat room right now if you're a flat earther and you've debated globe earthers about stuff like this right here. How we able to get this close to the sun without the camera melting? How the camera able to send the signal back to the earth through the sun's radiation field? If you've debated globalists about these kind of videos that I'm showing right here, drop a 1. And they will tell you, we got the technology, fool. Shut up. We got that technology, but we ain't got it when it comes to Orion capsule. So we got it to film this. You see the inconsistencies, right? We're using what y'all say against y'all to show you full of shit. On one hand, we got the technology. On the other hand, we don't got that technology. We can't do that. You got to take these animations. Let's keep, see, this is easy to debunk, people. It's seriously, it's easy to debunk. So what we're looking at, this camera here, they basically tell us also, and on top of this, it's another thing they tell us, because I've seen different angles of the sun, and I asked them, is that camera able to move? And they say, no, we got a bunch of different cameras surrounding the sun. Oh my God. So we got different angles we can film from the sun, but we can't do that with the moon yet. But we can do it with the sun. Y'all are fucking so funny, man. Y'all so funny, bro. You pull up other footage of the sun, is at the bottom, is over here, is at this angle. I'm like, hold on, how many cameras we got? Oh, we got a few. and they all are so technological to withstand all the heat and radiation, but we ain't got one camera that can film Artemis Orion re-entering because of the plasma shield. We can't get a signal while the plasma shield is there, but we can get a signal way from the sun, 93 million miles away, through a plasma bubble that's bigger than the one that's around Orion. The sun's plasma bubble extends all the way to Earth, but it gets so weak by then, our atmosphere is strong enough to protect us, according to what they teach. So imagine how strong this radiation bubble is at this location from where we're looking at here. You're damn near right on the sun. If you can get this much detail, you damn near right on the sun, man. That's how we know this is CGI. But anyway, for people who want to believe it, let me blow it up for you, because I know you just sucking it in. Let me read some more facts to y'all. They tell us because there's so many cameras around the sun, like this one right here. See, look at this view. This camera give us a whole view of the sun. Look at there. We can see the sun as a big ball right up on it in space. And then we got another camera that'll give us a close-up view. Look, we got cameras all around the sun at different levels to give us different views. That's amazing. These some very fancy, high-tech cameras, man. And they tell us even if one camera fail, that redundancy is standard practice in aerospace, but it ain't standard practice in re-entry. That's amazing. So let me get this right. Redundancy is standard practice when it come to filming the sun. We gotta be redundant, right? That means a whole bunch of different cameras giving us multiple angles of the sun. Y'all use the word redundant. And what's crazy, same thing with Earth. They tell us redundancy is standard, and that's why we get all of these live footages of Earth. Earth is different color blues, Earth from different angles. This space station giving a live, and this one giving a live, and the Earth look different, but redundancy, right? We want to have a camera everywhere and be filming Earth at all time, right? Data collection, right? We want to be thorough, right? But we don't want to do that when it comes to re-entry. These animations will work just fine, huh? Redundancy and everything else, but the easiest thing to do. And the easiest thing to do is the most important part of the whole mission, which is the plasma bubble that everyone wants to see. We get animations. Blackouts, but we don't get blackouts here. That's amazing. So they don't rely on a single viewpoint for the most dangerous phase of flight. That's crazy. You don't do that. That's something you don't do. You don't. Like if I know, well, I'm gonna get a blackout, so the system's gonna cut. Well, I'm gonna have another camera rolling, recording the plasma bubble independent of the systems. Just a regular camcorder like what we did in the 70s. And by the way, that wasn't just a regular camcorder. That was a live video camera giving us live feed footage of re-entry with the plasma bubble. You can pull that up yourself. That was from Apollo 11. They ain't bringing that up. Because then we got to talk about why we able to do something then that we can't do now. And again, they rather not talk about that. So we know that it's possible to capture this phase. So where are the redundant systems then? Why no heat shield mounted cameras or multiple protected angles designed specifically to survive re-entry? Come on now. Why does the feed conveniently cut out at the exact moment verification matters the most? That's right! And we know it's possible to capture this phase. Modern missions have shown re-entry footage before. So that claim that ground cameras lost tracking or the cameras were jettisoned doesn't answer the real question. It just explains why we don't see it, not why a mission of this importance wouldn't be built to show it. Facts. That's right. These are facts, man. And hey, man, these are just facts. That's all. Just facts. We've done it before. Here go the footage, and for reference. Here go you.
Should end about 3 minutes 53.
We've live recorded re-entry while the capsule was engulfed in the plasma shield, and I'm showing it right now.
Seconds after entry.
People, we need 13 more people to help us reach our goal for today. We still have 2 hours, so we fairly not rushing, but I was just reminding everyone, and I appreciate everyone for supporting. Check this out now. So modern missions, and I'm a pause. I want to cut the video audio because I want to play this while I talk. Okay, here we go. Modern missions have shown re-entry footage before. So that claim don't checks out, man. At the end of the day, this isn't just about missing footage. It's about missing verification. If this is the most intense and critical part of the mission, why is it also the least visually documented? So we're supposed to believe that with all the technology we have today, we're actually getting less visual verification than we did decades ago. Come on, folks, let that sink in. With all the tech we got today, they want us to believe we're getting less visual verification than we did decades ago. I'm showing you what we got decades ago. An internal camera exists, but the feed cuts out. Ground cameras are tracking, but suddenly lose it at the most critical moment. And what fills that gap? Animation. Animation. Come on, folks. We're being bamboozled. These people are evil imposters. Dave is one of them with his little cat right there. And my thing is this right here. He said, well, we tracking it from the ground, but it's moving so fast. Oh, we just lost track of it. The feed cut off. Listen, if a comet is coming in the sky right now and I pull my phone out and it's going real fast, guess what? The whole video gonna be a blur because I'm gonna be like, oh, it's moving fast, or a UFO. I'm trying to track it with my camera on record, but it's zip and I'm trying to do this. People will be like, man, this is a horrible video. Why did you upload it? Well, because I saw some shit and I did the best I could to track it. This just what you got, man. No one says, yo, this is the most important thing I need to record. I can't track it. Cut the video off. Just cut it completely off and do nothing. And then another thing you got to think about. How did it get difficult for you to track from the ground at the very moment of re-entry? How was that synced together? Because it's one thing to say, we can't record this from the inside camera because we're losing a signal at the point of re-entry. It's another thing to say, we can't track it from the ground because it's moving too fast. But on the ground, it's to me very strange that you stopped tracking it at the very moment y'all lost feed in space, in the capsule. You can't say, well, it's because we lost signal. You're on the ground. Like, here go my thing about these liars. If you're gonna say we tracking it from the ground, but it's too hard for us to track, guess what you need to do to make your lie believable? You need to at least track it for a different time frame than when the feed cut due to signal loss. Because then it's going to look very weird because a person going to do what I'm doing. I'm very thorough and tedious. I'm going to point out the fact that, you know what? It's strange that it got so hard for you to track on the ground at the exact moment you lost signal up here. See, when you telling them kind of lies, it's best for the ground tracker to be able to track it just a little longer. So you can say, well, he didn't lose signal. We still tracking it from the ground a little bit, Sanchez. But eventually it gets so hard, man. How is it getting harder and it's slowing down the close? It's getting easier. Listen, if you can track it a little bit, you can track it a lot, because let me show y'all how this works. Dave showed us a little dot that was supposed to be at the edge of like space, wherever. It's very high up where they tracking if it's that little of a dot. But the thing is, it's very high up if it's taking that much minutes for it to splash down after the fact, which let me know, man, they was able to track it from a very high point, damn near the upper atmosphere, because they stopped tracking it right at re-entry. So you're able to track an object, and then when it start descending, moving into the earth, get glowing, getting real hot, you're not able to track it anymore, according to what they say. But the problem with that is this. Our ground tracking systems don't lose the signal. What's stopping them from keep tracking all the way to the ground? Well, Sanchez, it's so hard to track, man. It gets hard. But that's a stupid lie, because if you can track it just a little bit, it gets easier and easier from there. In other words, if it was so hard to track, you wouldn't be able to track it at all. Because if you able to see that little dot, it only gonna get bigger and slower. How is it getting harder to track when it's falling on top of your damn head? Let that sink in, folks. People are fucking dumb. Think about this, right? How is it harder for me to track a piano that's falling on top of my head when it's closer to my head and it's bigger and getting slower because of drag? So just think about what he's telling you. This thing is falling right on top of your head, and you're able to track it from its furthest distance at its highest speed. But oh, Sanchez, it's harder. It's getting hard to track it now. No, it should be getting easier, remember? Because the more you track it, the slower it's getting, and the bigger it's getting because it's getting closer to you. You can tell that stuff to dummies. You can tell that to dummies, man, who don't think. They just listen to stuff and say, oh, he sounds smart. They don't think. They don't question. That's crazy. That's crazy. So ground cameras are tracking it, but they suddenly lose it at the most critical moment. And what fills the gap every time? Animations. So this doesn't sound like progress. It sounds like regression to me. Think about it. In every other industry, technology moves toward more redundancy, more reliability, and more coverage, not less. Modern cars have multiple backup cameras, sensors, and recording systems. Commercial airplanes have black boxes, cockpit recordings, and redundant instrumentation specifically designed so that nothing important goes undocumented. That black box will let us know everything that plane did. We don't got a black box in Artemis, nothing. And remember, NASA making 80 billion a year, or 80 million, 80 billion a year. Well, 70 million a day. They're making 70 to 80 million dollars every day. You can do that math, how much that is a year. My bad, I just said something. I don't know where I got those numbers, but they making a lot of money. We shouldn't, commercial airplanes shouldn't have more flight data than Artemis. That's right. Than Orion. Your car shouldn't have more cameras on it than a space capsule. Somebody conveniently, hey, these are red flags y'all need to think about, man. Even smartphones today can live stream in high definition from anywhere on Earth with multiple camera angles. How is it that the most advanced era of aerospace, during the most critical phase of a billion-dollar mission, we end up with less real footage and have placeholders, animations and stuff? If this same logic showed up in other fields, it would be unacceptable. Imagine a bank saying, we had cameras, but they all cut out during the transaction. Here's a simulation instead of what happened. Y'all wouldn't go for that. The police wouldn't go for that. Imagine a bank saying, we got robbed. We don't know what happened to all that money. The crooks came and got it. Show us your video footage. Oh, well, soon as the robbers kicked the door in, the camera cut out. But the camera came back on when they was gone with all the money. So is there any way you can show us any proof of what happened? Well, we got a CGI animation and demonstration of what we telling you. Bro, they gonna run you out the courtroom. I'm sorry, your bank gonna go out of business because we can't do nothing. Like, in fact, you're suspect now. We thinking you got the damn money, and that's what NASA doing. You stealing from the people. And you cutting it out right when the heist go down. Right at the part where we need to verify if you telling the truth or not, shit go black. But it come on again right when all the bullshit done happened. People are gullible, man. It's frustrating. Look at, and it's like, people support the show. We're gonna ask everyone, support the show if you can. We appreciate you. Imagine a sports league, right? Saying we lost all camera feeds during the game-winning play. But trust us, here's an animation of what happened. Y'all wouldn't take that in a football game, but y'all will take it for the space program. That let me know that y'all hypocrites and that y'all dumb down. You asking the NFL for more than what you asking NASA when they supposed to be accomplishing the greatest feats in mankind's history. They're making more money than what the NFL could ever make in its... Oh, man, listen, the NFL will never make more money than NASA. And we expect the NFL to do more than we expect people that we giving $80 million a day to do. In fact, when a citizen like me who paying them that money tell the other citizens, because it don't matter if you think it's flat or globe. Even if you're a globe earther, you should be saying, yeah, NASA, we giving y'all a lot of money and you ain't really giving us that much. We getting a lot of animations and just nothing. People eating Doritos and Jello and floating around playing with toys and animations. Is that worth $80 million a day? You know it ain't. You're paying an expensive price for this religion, for this belief system. And if you really was in love with space and NASA, why wouldn't you be asking for more like me? That's right. You're full of shit. Why wouldn't you? They don't gotta give us no more footage. You should be wanting more. Ain't you a space fanatic? Who complains about more of something they love? That's right. That's like all of us saying we're NFL fans. And I go up to the NFL commissioner during a meeting and I say, you know what? The fans deserve more. The fans are giving you this much money. They're paying this much for your online subscriptions. And you got commercials here like this. It cuts out at the critical moment in the play when the momentum get hot, shit getting crunk. Boom, here we go with a damn commercial. Like, imagine another NFL saying, hey, shut up. We don't want more. They're giving us enough. What kind of customer will complain about getting more unless we're buying into a damn cult? At this point, it's a cult. Because even if I am getting over on the business, that's cool, right? The customer wins, right? You think that I would get mad if I went to McDonald's and they gave me extra French fries? The only people would do that is the people that don't want to see the truth. They know we right. They know we right. Because if they was legitimate, they would be asking for the same thing. It's that simple. Man, let me give a shout out to 11. 11 Eons 1073. Thank you for being 3 of 15, fam. I appreciate that. Thanks for appreciating my research and passion here, 11. Shout out to everyone in the chat room, all the moderators and channel members. We are going to gift memberships before the end of this stream. And we only going to have one more part, and that'll complete this series. This is part 2. We did part 1 before this if you want to check it out. But let me... So y'all get what I'm saying? This wouldn't fly nowhere else, man. It just wouldn't. So the real question isn't just why the footage is missing. It's why modern systems weren't designed to guarantee that it wouldn't be missing in the first place, right? We have cameras today that are pointed directly at the sun. I want to go back to those because this is the nail in the coffin. Now, this is one of the most extreme environments imaginable. These cameras are capturing continuous high-resolution imagery from space. Missions like Parker Solar Probe and Solar Dynamics Observatory operate in intense heat, radiation, and electromagnetic conditions, yet they still deliver usable visual data like what we're looking at right now. This is excellent data. And we're getting this from 93 million miles away from home. Why can't we record a little bitty fireball that's coming into Earth from our own atmosphere? People, you know it's a lie. And not only can we get live footage because of the blackout, but we can't even track it from the ground because, it's moving too fast. But if you're able to track it at all, it only gets easier from your moment of tracking it. It's falling. Something don't get hard to track the more it falls. And it happens the other way around. If there's a piano falling from 100 feet building, I may not see it when it's way up there because it's very small. It's a little dot. It's hard for me to see it way up there. But the more it falls toward me and get big as hell, this big black object, it's easier for me to track now. Don't let them play with y'all mind. It's actually the opposite. Things are easier to track the more that you track it if they're falling. Just think about it. It's simple. So here's the question. If we can build hardened imaging systems that function in proximity to the sun, why are we suddenly unable to maintain a camera feed during a few minutes of re-entry? Why is the most critical phase of a mission the one where the visuals fail? We're told it's because of plasma blackout or extreme conditions, but that raises a contradiction. We clearly have the engineering capability to design cameras that survive and operate in hostile environments, so why not design redundant shielded systems specifically for re-entry? At that point, it starts to look less like a technological limitation and more like a gap in design or some kind of deception being used. And I will go with definitely deception. Because if cameras can survive near the sun, then the idea that we can't capture reliable footage through re-entry conditions doesn't fully add up, people. That's right! If there's a globalist that would like to come up, we're going to start dropping the link, but we want to ask the people to help us reach our goal. We are 3 of 15. We're 3 of 15. We need 12 disciples. We need 12 more people to hit us up with a $20 super chat. If you one of them 12, lead that thing off and start that domino effect. Let's knock this goal out and get this behind us and extend this broadcast for debates and for call-ins, if that's what you guys want to do. Even if you don't want to do that, we ask to support the show if you can. Appreciate it. But I see some globalists in the chat room. I don't normally let them up during my presentation, but I'm so eager to hear what they got to say in response to this awesome stuff I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out a lot of facts that's like undeniable. And I'm still seeing these cult members deny it. And it's making me intrigued. I want to see, well, let me hear them out. If you're a globalist in the chat room, I'm going to drop the link at this time. Stand by and come up at any given time. And in the meantime, I'm going to keep debunking Dave McKeegan here. Definitely going to drop the link and give the people a show. And we want to say much love and thank you to the people for helping us reach our donation goals, man. We appreciate the people. And we got 3 of 15. We need 12 more to go. And we've dropped the link now for the globalists. And we'll let them do what they want with that, and we'll keep this information going. Shout out to Round MF and Power for helping us reach our goals. Salutes to the Globe Earther, Round Power for the love. To Round Power, the floor, you're welcome to join at any time. All right, so I want to talk more about this plasma blackout, but instead of me having this camera view, we'll go to this one. Go to this other one. And because I got some information for you guys. And we got a globalist joining. We'll let them up and do their thing. I'm going to let them go before I go. Global Sensei, a.k.a. Global Status, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to you, Global Sensei. How you doing? Was that you that's Round Power in the chat room, or is that another Globe Earther? Salutes to you.
Yeah, you know that's me. You know I got.
I just had to. Yeah.
That's it, y'all kicking.
We you know what? We respect you, man, and I appreciate the love. I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna let you grab the flow, man. I'm not gonna cut you off. What do you? I've said a lot. I want you to tell me what part of what I said that you want to pick apart, and then go right ahead with your picking apart.
Well, the first thing, hold on, let me turn this off, man. The first thing is the the CGI thing.
The animations, yeah.
Yeah, that could get kind of tricky. I say that because you know it it's kind of hard to tell what's real and what's fake. But when you dealing with, you know, looking at something with a camera from afar, especially when you looking at nature, it looks fake anyway. So, like to me, like I said, to me it looks real. So I think they're just depending on a person's mindset. Cause when we I've seen like if you look at a drone video, I done seen drone videos of tornadoes and or any kind of you know nature. But let me just stay with the tornadoes. Like if you watch a drone footage of a tornado and they look at it from the top, from the top to the bottom, it looks fake, but it's indeed real. So you know,
Well, no, I ain't gonna lie now. They tell us that they can record a tornado like from the top down into the like that. But I ain't gonna lie to you. You saying it look fake, but it is real. We kind of in the same position we are with space, where we should be saying, "Hey, how do I even know this is real? What if this shit CGI? What if they want us to think they can do more than what they can? You know?"
yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I always say though, how what makes it real to me is the glow, the glow from the earth. Like it has the little blue glow, and that right there, from what I can see, is the firmament. The glow is the firmament. That's part of the firmament.
Can I ask you one quick question?
All right.
Do you believe this shooting that just happened at the White House dinner is some real shit?
You know what? I haven't looked into it. I mean, you can give me some details.
I
I
tell
can
you
give
what,
my
do
determination.
you believe when Trump supposed to have got shot in the ear in Philadelphia that he really got shot in the ear and showed up a few days later with no band-aid, no wound? Do you believe Trump really got shot in the ear?
Nah, I believe that was staged.
So we know that they can fake shit, stage shit, and that we be saying stuff that they want to present to us as reality. But if you don't question that shit, you'll fall for it. And what I be getting is like globe earthers will say, man, we don't believe the Trump shoe. They staged that. It's fake. But they don't think other things can be faked and staged. I think that it's harder to stage and fake a shooting than it is re-entry, going to the moon and all that. Because all you got to do is convince people to believe in footage. And you got them with space. Whereas to convince people to believe a man really got shot in his ear, that take a lot of work, because we know if you from the hood what it looked like when a nigga gets shot. And a lot of niggas was the first ones to say, yeah, that's some bullshit. Trump fucking with y'all on this. Just like you did. You ain't no fool. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
fall
agree.
back.
Yeah, I agree, man. Because you know, with the shooting, you know, they had to stage that with people witnessing. You know, people was in attendance for that situation. So yeah, that's 10 times harder to pull off. So I actually agree with you. Like in space, yeah, space definitely can be tampered with much easier, way 10 times easier. So I agree with you. Like I definitely agree with you right there. Like I ain't
That's
saying
fact.
that I know that they I know that they be, you know, pulling things off about space. You know what I'm saying? So it is tricky. I just know that, you know, NASA don't tell 100% of the truth. So it ain't like just rock with them 100%. Like I go off of I take heed to what they say, but I also go off my observation as well.
Mm-hmm. So you hear what Dave McKeegan is saying in his video? Do you hear what I was saying about the heat shield, about basically the plasma shield, and us able to send a signal through the sun's radiation bubble, but not through Orion's? That's crazy. Don't you agree?
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. Yeah,
So
that is kind of crazy.
You know what, brother? You're like 75% a flat earther, man. You holding on to that 25% globe earther. And it's like a mixed kid that's only 20% white, but he want to claim that part of himself. Like, bro, claim the part of yourself that you the most percentage of. Like, you just don't want to make that change, but okay.
I'm trying to get y'all to come back over to the globe side, man. What's going on? What's wrong, man? Why y'all don't want to come back to the globe side?
This is crazy.
Y'all can look, Sanchez. Y'all can see with y'all eyes. Y'all see what's going on when you look up. What's the hold up, man? I'm waiting on y'all.
This is crazy, man. Yo, let me read some facts to y'all about this heat shield. And while we do that, I gotta drop this. I gotta just let this receipt play. And I know you don't want to. I'm gonna share this with you and let it burn to you too, my brother. I love you, but you got to get this medicine in you. Cause listen, what you about to watch right here is something that shouldn't exist. Cause we shouldn't be able to have this footage from the 70s of the heat shield, bro. And it's live footage. He talking during it. So we did this before. Look. You hear his radio? We was able to broadcast and live record re-entry, and this thing looked like a fireball. Bro, come on now. And they sent, just like we was able to go past the Van Allen belts and land a man on the moon, but we can't do that anymore. Okay, so is technology getting better or worse with y'all? Well, it's actually getting worse if you can't do the things you used to can do because you lost the technology. So that means technology de-evolved in aerospace, but yet we keep upping they damn pay grade and clapping for them and giving them trophies. While every other industry technology getting better, NASA can't do shit. Nigga, you can't. We caught the moon on a rotary phone, and we can't talk the astronauts right up there in the sky through a Trojan Magnum rubber, nigga. Let me listen here. Plasma blackout is a cop-out because they don't know how to fake that part. It's hard to fake that. The plasma blackout explanation, it sounds scientific, but guess what though? It raises more questions than it answers. Like, how are we able to do it then but not now? How can we do it through the sun's radiation field or plasma field but not Orion's when the sun's was stronger and it's further away and we getting a clear signal? So it raises more questions than it answers, especially when you look at modern technology. We're told that ionized plasma completely blocks communication for several minutes, and that's why there's no live feed, but that explanation feels stuck in the past when you think of what I'm saying here today. Let me welcome the new person on, Diaz. We're going to come to you in just a second. Today we have advanced hypersonic and military systems that operate at extreme speeds and still maintain communication. So the question becomes, if those systems can transmit data under high speed, high heat conditions, why are we still dealing with a total blackout during re-entry in the 2020s? And notice the wording, blackout. It's presented as absolute, but in reality, plasma interference isn't always all or nothing. It depends on frequency, angle, shielding, and system design. So why are we getting a complete loss of signal instead of a degraded or partial transmission? Why no intermittent data? No broken video, no fallback systems. Oh, we do have a fallback system. We're tracking it from the ground, but it get too hard to track from the ground. Well, sir, it's supposed to get easier the more it falls on your damn head. See, this is where it starts to feel less like a hard limitation and more like an unchallenged assumption carried over from older missions. Because if communication technology has advanced everywhere else, higher frequencies, better shielding, smarter routing, then why does this one problem remain completely unsolved? So the real question is simple. If modern systems can operate through extreme conditions and still communicate, why is re-entry still treated like a total communications dead zone? And more importantly, where is the proof that it actually is? The plasma blackout explanation starts to fall apart when you look at what other modern systems can already do, especially the one I'm showing right here. Let's go back to this one. Look at that re-entry right there. And then you got to think about our sun footage. You can't forget the sun footage. Let's go back there. Go back there. We got systems that's capable of doing this. To say we can't do that, it's a lie. We're doing it, and we're doing it even more because, again, it's harder to get this footage than to get what we asking them from Artemis. The sun is stronger. The radiation shield around the sun is stronger than the one around Artemis, but have no problems getting a signal to us. Diaz, I saw your mic unmuted. I'll shut my mouth if you want to interject. Y'all just let me know. Y'all are free to interject at any point, just to let you know. So if anyone on the call would like to interject, just cut right in, cut me off, and I'll fall back a minute, and I'll continue when you're done. So we can do this. They're lying like we can't. And the SR-71 Blackbird, for example, the Boeing X-51 Wave Rider, they operate at extreme speeds and temperatures, and maintaining telemetry and communication has always been part of the mission design. Even newer hypersonic glide vehicles are built with the expectation of staying connected, not going completely silent. Compare that to space missions. We're told that during re-entry, communication drops out completely for several minutes because plasma blocks signals. Let me share some with y'all. The way that we lose the signal abruptly and it comes back on abruptly, that's unnatural. The way we're supposed to lose the signal is gradually, and then they come back in gradually. That's like if me and you talking on the phone and I go through the mountains or somewhere where we break the signal breaking up, right? It ain't like there's a blackout. It's just a bunch of, hey man, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We all done played the can you hear me game where we're just hearing like this wall of like static. And then the person, they come back in and they like, yeah, man, you know, I was riding through the mountains, or I was boom, 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 I lost my signal. Or that's kind of like how it happened. It ain't just abrupt as they show it, is what I'm saying. Because when we regain our signal, it's supposed to be gradually start to come in like, okay, we're getting signal back, guys. We can hear their radio and their signals kind of flickering in because the plasma shield is dissipating and they're falling closer to the earth. They're getting slower. The plasma shield is fading away, which means the signal is kind of in and out, coming back in, starting to come in and static at like at a certain point, and now we got a clear signal again. You feel me? It don't just supposed to be clear signal, gone, clear signal. No gradual transition. Y'all drop a 1 in the chat if you hear what I'm saying there. Global Sensei, you feeling that?
Yeah, I understand, but I don't think it gonna sound like I'm running when I say this. But okay. So if we get the gradual, let's say we do the gradual, right? Or what they did in the 70s. Like you said earlier, all we gonna end up is getting is like a white screen or orange screen.
That's exactly what we want. Because guess
Okay.
what? And now man, you on the same page. I'm with you. Go ahead, but I don't want to cut you off. But I got excited. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying, so when it's like that, it's like what I think going on is that now they design it to where they ain't gotta do that because it's like it's pointless. Even though
What's
I know
pointless?
seeing a blank screen,
No,
seeing
here's
a
the
seeing a
here's the thing. It's pointless saying what's called a blackout where there's nothing there. My thing is, if y'all built the systems to give us static and distortion, we want that. It's like saying, hey, there's a pilot crashing, and the part of the audio that's being chopped up and static because his plane doing all kind of crazy shit. We just went blackout on that. No, you robbed me. I want to hear the distortion, the static, and all the fireworks. I want all that static. Don't just, and that's very convenient to say, well, we just took that away because, no, that's part of the transmission, even if it's distorted. That's part of what we paid for. Give us that public audio, man. We ain't asking them to doctor and edit stuff.
But see, that's kind of what they do with our money. They kind of, what are we dealing with? NASA, the government. They kind of improvise with our taxes regardless. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Like it's like
I just think they lying to us. It's simple. They just lying to us, man. Because think about this. You're saying they got the technology to have a transmission during reentry, but it's just such of a low quality transmission, they give us a blackout. That's a horrible excuse because the people want that low quality transition. That's history being made. That little static and all that, that's letting them know what they're hearing is real footage of what it sounds like to be in a plasma shield. That's science too, because we learn with our ears too. So now we're learning how it sounds to move through this thing. Even if it's, we're learning how the system sound when they're getting low quality, what it sounds like to move through a plasma bubble. Okay, this is what a radio sounds like. We want all that data. It's for learning purposes. Ain't no reason to withhold none of that, bro, and it ain't helping us by withholding it. But I'll fall back.
But see, I don't see that what I'm saying. I don't think it's like I don't think that it's more than 50% the percentage rate of people asking for that. Because when you look at everybody else, they know that it's a globe. So they ain't tripping off of it.
Listen what I'm saying, bro. It doesn't matter if there was two people on the earth saying it's not a globe. It don't matter who think it's a globe or not. It's globe earthers that are saying we want more. A lot of these people are sincere. They're fanatics. They getting tired of animations, blackouts, people floating around eating potato chips. They want the fireworks and the action, and you telling me you cut that part out. That's like saying, Sanchez, we recorded a war for you, but we bleeped the parts out when they was bombing each other because that was too loud and the audio was distorting. Listen, we want the distorted part of the audio. That's part of the transmission. Diaz, what's good? We got to get him out of here. But check this out. If I'm recording on my phone a war taking place and someone drop a bomb right near me, but I don't get hit, don't you know that the audio gonna be distorted? because our phones ain't got no compressors and hard limiters and all that in it. So if you yell loud as hell into your phone and play it back, it's gonna sound horrible because your phone gonna distort that loud ass audio. It's called distortion. So listen, what happens is the distortion lets us know an explosion happened. If someone is filming a war take place, they don't mute out the parts when the bomb's dropping and tell me, hey man, we don't want you to hear distortion. We protecting your ears. We being fancy. No, you ain't. You being sneaky, nigga. We want to hear the distortion. That's where the bombs drop. Yes, it sounds staticky. That's how it sounds. That's what,
Yeah, I see that what I'm saying. All right. Not saying that this ain't a life and death situation, but like it do be times in a war they do cut it off on purpose, just like they cut off footage too, because they don't want to show exactly
like
what they
limbs
doing.
and blood and gore.
Yeah, that and the objective too, because they can say that, hey, these folks over here are doing wrong, when in reality we the ones in the wrong. So
either way, they would be hiding their hand because they doing some sneaky deceptive stuff that they know we won't approve of.
Right. Okay, we on the same page. And see, that's what I'm saying. I think that it ain't got nothing to do with the shape. It got something to do with something else.
But watch this though. They making money because the shape. That's why I gotta follow the paper trail. I can back up my claim with money. I can say, look, bro, we're paying them $80 million a day, assuming Earth is a globe and space exists. That's a lot of money. Now, you could say they doing all this sneaky behavior because they hiding something else. And I'm telling you, it's screaming right in your face what they hiding, bro. They're hiding the nature of our reality, man. That's facts.
Right. That's what and see, that's what I'm saying. We agree. But you dealing with the shape, and I'm dealing with things, bro, like
let me tell you what I'm dealing with. I ain't just dealing with the shape of the ground. I'm dealing with the nature of the heavens. I'm dealing with the nature of the human. See, where we are tells us what we are, like a fish in the ocean. If you ain't some primitive germ crawling around a blue rock, what are you? Let me tell you, you are a god, a fallen angel that was born inside of the devil's simulation. That's the facts. And the devil don't want you to know we're in hell right now. Earth was called an underworld, a world where Satan is here deceiving everyone about what they are. Satan telling you you're a meat package of flesh and bone. The ancestors said we are light beings living inside of a realm. We ain't germs crawling on top of a rock, right? That's a big difference. See, where we are tells us what we are. And they don't want us to know that ye are gods, not that ye are taxpayers, buying into a planetary defense program that's protecting us from a clumsy God. Because if God created the universe and didn't build it stable, God created the universe and God was so damn clumsy that man had to make a planetary defense program and take our money to protect us from God. Because God's so goddamn dumb that he got rocks and shit just floating around. And it may bump in the earth and wipe out all God's life that he made. Because God made all that life but didn't make a stable environment to ensure protection. God needed NASA to help us with that. God needed a defense program to defend us from God's stupidity and God's inferior design. I walk up in Walmart and I don't feel like I need a program to defend me from the building falling on me. But I live on the earth and they telling me that the nature of the heavens is a way that I need man to defend me from God's flawed design. Blasphemy. Shout out to D-Dub. Appreciate the love, D-Dub. We are the angels who rebel. That's right.
definitely agree with you. I agree with you. You just need you sound like you sound like a 75% global. You just need to come on back this way, Sanchez, man. It's been a long time, man. I know it, but you need to come on back this way. I'm not gonna condemn you for coming back this way.
Man, I don't know what kind of trolling this is, but I ain't gonna even, entertain this shit. Marty, what's good, nigga? yeah. Shout out to Marty, man, for joining us.
Man, ain't nothing much, man. Flat power. Salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. Everybody that's joining. I mean, right now I'm just listening to the conversation. It ain't really much for me to add. He not really coming with much. You really hitting on a lot of points. So I just want to just fall back for a second and see where the conversation go.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, appreciate everyone who's supporting the show. We're 4 of 15 with our goal. Man, we only need 11 more people. If you want to hit the Cash App, it's $BROSANCHEZTV. And we're going to keep making content for the people. So, it's some more stuff that I got to go over with Dave here. And we are 2 hours in. So let me get to my video over here and get back to the mission.
See their workstations. They don't really need romantic mood lighting. But now we're just watching some people sitting at a desk. It's not exactly the most entertaining thing for the millions.
I don't want to hear him talk about no lighting. Let's kind of skip up.
Of viewers who were watching during the Apollo moon landings. There was no TV camera feed during the landings because the TV camera was stowed in the descent stage to capture them coming down the ladder. And the camera that they did have recording the descent was a 16mm film camera.
Look at
the
that.
Footage of which couldn't actually be viewed and shared until the roll of film had been returned to Earth. But rather than show nothing during that period of time, the TV stations had already made basic animations in anticipation.
We gotta take this back. Oh my God, I can't believe people fall for all these lies and shit. Bro, this shit is fucking sad.
While they wait. They did the same thing during the Apollo moon landings. There was no TV camera feed during the landings because the TV camera was stowed in the descent stage to capture them coming down the ladder. And the camera that they did have recording the descent was a 16mm film camera.
And I already went over that footage and showed you how that footage was fake because you can see through the astronauts. Drop a 1, y'all, if y'all was here during that stream. Drop a 1 real quick, people, if you was here during that stream. When I went over that Apollo footage and we was showing you how you can see through the astronauts. Drop a 1 because if I get enough 1s, then I won't have to be redundant. Because if y'all saying you didn't see it, I'll point it out real quick. If you give me 2s, I'll show it again. 1s, move on. All right, because most of y'all already saw it. We already went over that, but okay, so I'll move on.
Camera, the footage of which couldn't actually be viewed and shared until the roll of film had been returned to Earth.
So do y'all?
But rather than show nothing during that period of time, the TV.
No, that.
Hold on. Oh, go ahead. You already in the mid spiel. You got it.
Yeah, I was just trying to see. What do y'all flat earthers know that the sun is a sphere? Or like, how many of y'all agree with that or disagree with it? Like, what's the percentage?
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Why does that matter?
Because that's where I align it with the ancients when they say as above, so below.
But they wasn't talking about the sun as a sphere, so the earth is a sphere. I'm gonna show you what they was talking about. You making that up and putting that in their mouth. and you
I feel
misinterpret.
like
Bro,
they
my
just did.
turn, bro. Don't. Now we on a good spot
I
now.
got you. I got you.
Now check this out. I'm gonna show you what the ancients was saying from their mouth, not yours, and you just making stuff up. I study ancient cosmology. Now check this out, bro. When they were saying as above, so below, this was the ancients' way of saying there are parallel realities that look just like the earth, above the earth and below it. It ain't just as above, so below, it's as below, so above too. We're in a mirrorverse. And this is what they gave us when they said as above, so below. They was giving you the knowledge of the torus field. Look at this right here. As above, so below. That's how you create this shape right here. Look at it. Let me give you another one. As above, so below. You see that? This is what you see in the crop circles. That is called a torus field. You can't make that without as above, so below. When the ancestors was saying as above, so below, they was talking about the shape of the flat earth, which is an electromagnetic torus field, and people just ain't deep enough to see outside of the programming, so they try to bend and twist what the ancestors said and make it fit the globe model. But I'm showing here with the ancestors' own model what they were saying and what they meant about the ethers and the parallel realities around us. As above, so below. As within, so without.
But see, I don't just think it's just the sun. I ain't just saying.
Well, we
the
ain't
sun.
gonna be all over. Here's the thing, bro. I got a video to review, and I ain't talking about as above, so below. I'm talking about Dave McKeegan don't know what he talking about. And if you think Dave McKeegan know what he talking about, you can defend Dave, or you can say Sanchez. I'm a globe earther, but I don't agree with him, and I can show you where he wrong at. But look, I ain't gonna debate you about as above, so below. You know, because you brought up the sun, and I just showed you what it was, and now you want to go somewhere else. I can't do that all day with you. Hold on.
They need good amount of functional lighting to be able to see their workstations. They don't really need romantic mood lighting. But now we're just watching some people sitting at a desk. It's not exactly the most entertaining thing for the millions of viewers who are watching. So they switched to an animation to give something relatable to the audience to watch while they wait. They did the same thing during the Apollo moon.
This is so crazy, man. We know why they switched to an animation. It's a space filler. We're saying we shouldn't have that in 2020. You see, this man never deal with what we actually argue. That's deception. And all of the people that follow him, y'all are following evil and deception. If you're gonna debate something, do it in good faith and honesty. Otherwise, y'all are part of a cult, and you're saying you're science, when you don't want to be wrong. Science has been wrong about our reality for hundreds of years, and people been trying to let them know. Ancient people been trying to let them know. Flat earthers are the return of ancient souls that's been here since Darwin, and all of them dying at the stake for saying we are gods. We're immortals. We're fallen angels inside of a simulation. Why you think they killed Jesus, y'all? Think about this, right? NASA is working with the Vatican. What is the Vatican teaching people? The Vatican is teaching people that heaven is up there. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. Guess what the ancients said? That all of the stars in the sky, you can only reach them by going within yourself. We do that when we dream. When we dream, we go within into our own inner stargates, which is what the chakras are. Your consciousness projects inward, and it goes through one of the many stargates that exists within us, exits your body, exits the earth from the inside of your body. The light within you, it literally travels. There are vortexes, frequency portals inside of us called chakras. Those are like 7 gateways, the 7 gates of heaven. Through those, let me show them to you because I'm just talking. I can show this to y'all. Let me show this to you. It's science backing up what I'm saying. The central nervous system is where consciousness reside, and that's what the chakras are. They're your emotional bodies. Let me give you a better example though. Here is a Mesopotamian example of what our Earth is. On the left, it's a layered system. But let me show you something. Each one of those openings that you see in the heavens, it's a chakra within you. So we can leave the Earth through stargates within us. This is called the Yggdrasil tree. I'll pull that up for you. The ancestors said the central nervous system is the earth realm. In other words, the earth is the spinal column. Your consciousness experiencing reality in the mind. Everything you see around you is within you, just like a dream. Shout out to Sally McDermott for being 5 of 15. We only need 10 more now, Sally. There's too much information out there. There's too much information out there for anybody to be walking around like there's some kind of retard. I'm so fucking over it. Come the fuck on, man. Facts. Come the fuck on. That's right. I'm feeling the energy, Sally. I know. It's common sense ain't coming. The Egyptians shout out to my brother, me, myself, and to Key Norfolk. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna let y'all grab it. You see his 7 bubbles circling this tree. This was the original solar system, but they changed it with the sun in the middle and the earth going around it. The ancestors said the earth is a flat plane in the middle of all that. And listen, when we go outside, this is exactly how we experience the stars. As if the earth is flat and ain't moving, but they are. That's how we use sundials, natal charts, astrological charts, you name it, man. Compasses. The Giza alignment depending on this. Yeah, anybody can cut in, man. Let me fall back. We got brothers. I want to say salutes to y'all, brothers.
What up with it? Salute. Much
Salutes
love
to
and
you,
respect,
my brother
bro.
Key. Much love and respect right back to you, my brother.
Hey man, you going in as usual. But too, bro, I see the title. You know, when it comes to people trying to defend the Artemis mission, like my whole thing is they already admitted to not going to the moon. They admitted to passing by the moon. You understand what I'm saying? So, bruh, if we going to the beach and then we pack our swimming trunks, our sandwiches, and all that, bro. We just drive out the beach and then go home. Why would we do that? So they said they didn't go the first time, but they did go the first time. It's like too many ifs, ands, and buts about that. I don't think many people is buying it. A lot of people is what's called woke, but we gotta be above woke. We gotta be aware now. You know what I'm saying? So man, salutes to you and standing on their
Appreciate
neck, man, as far as the deceptions, man, with this flat earth thing, because ain't nobody repping for us out here. I love you, bro, man. Flat motherfucking power. Salute.
Much love, my brother. Appreciate that, man. Hell yeah.
What's good, fam?
Yeah, go
What's
ahead.
cracking? Hey, all right. I was over on Fight the Flat Earth, right?
Okay.
About like a month and a half ago, right? And I was like, yo, if y'all can show me a satellite that showed the spinning Earth, then I ain't fighting with y'all no more. They showed me some that didn't show that. It was one out of the thousands, right? It's called like a Himawari or Humarabi. I can look it up. I got the actual screenshots, right? When you look it up, it's focused on the Southeast Asian part of what they say is the globe, and it never shows any other part of the globe. What we've been asking people for, verbatim, plain and simple, show us any other satellites, turn them around, and show us the spinning globe. And you would have no more flat earthers. But they are, out of all of the satellites, they cannot turn one of them around and show us the globe spinning within the 24 hours period. You cannot look it up. I've been looking it up the whole time while y'all been talking for the last hour, right? I've been looking it up. I cannot find it. All you will find is CGI images, special effects. It's obviously CGI special effects. You will not find any actual satellite footage of the spinning globe, right? So that defeats everything that they've ever put out, because here's the proof. The proof is we went to the moon and back. You don't have a photographer or videographer inside the shuttle, which is heating up like a golden Dragon Ball, right, as it comes back into the atmosphere. But we supposed to believe that you are forgetting the technology on how we went there the first time, and we supposed to believe you this time, let alone you not even attaching cameras they're not using any type of new technology or infrastructure to actually incorporate the things to show us more. They're showing us less. And when you look up with the camera that they actually use, the Nikon that they actually use for this modern Artemis mission, it's an older version than the most modern version of camera that Nikon, the most modern camera, right? And I believe it's a Nikon. They use one that was from like 2 decades ago. Why are they using the oldest technology for the most modern expanse or adventure or discovery in modern human history? It makes no sense when you actually break down what they're showing us and why they say they're showing us what they're showing us. Not our imagination, but what they tell us, right? So when we argue with globe earthers, right, or globsters, right, they're pissed at NASA right now. Nobody that's a globe earther is liking NASA right now. Also, want to throw this out there, right? Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo. Apollo is Apollyon in Revelations. Apollyon is the great beast, the dragon that gets thrown into the bottomless pit. The bottomless pit, we can argue what that is. I think it might be what scientists call a black hole, which light can't escape from, because that's, because God is light. The opposite of light would be, where light, blah, 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 right? But Apollyon is the twin sister of Artemis in Greek culture, right? They named the Apollo missions after Satan. Just want to throw that out there. Y'all got it. That's all I got to say for right now.
All right, I'm going to go to the video.
There was no
Appreciate
TV
that.
camera feed during the landings because
jewels dropped.
The TV camera was stowed in the descent stage to capture them coming down the ladder. And the camera that they did have recording the descent was a 16mm film camera, the footage of which couldn't actually be viewed and shared until the roll of film had been returned to Earth. But rather than show nothing during that period of time, the TV stations had already made basic animations in anticipation.
Now, come on now. This is crazy.
In order to give their audiences something to watch and to put the radio conversations into context.
6.5 down, 5.5 down, 9 forward.
Okay, so the TV stations had pre-prepped animations. Just like what we watching today. Ain't nothing changed in all this time. We still get animations, right? But what I don't get is we're still hearing the voice. Look, people, he's sharing this from CBS News, right? Look at what he's sharing now. This is being put on CBS as real. That's what I'm saying. CBS ain't saying this is an animation because they gotta disclose that. Whenever they're doing an animation, you'll see in big words, animation, right? Now, this right here says, from the archives, Apollo 11 moon landing leaves Walter Cronkite speechless. Come on now, they presenting this shit like it's real, y'all. So Dave can say, well, yeah, it ain't real. We had to use an animation, but why won't CBS say that then? Why won't CBS? See, that's what we're saying, though. Do y'all see the deception? It's crazy, man. They presenting this shit to the people at that time like it's real. Now, today, we can clearly see that it's fake and they owning up to it. But during the 70s, they didn't say this was fake. They didn't say that. This dude is talking back there like it's real and all that. Listen.
Because the TV time,
the
footage of which couldn't actually be viewed and shared until the roll of film had been returned to Earth. But rather than show nothing,
He's been left speechless by animation. Come on now.
During that period of time, the TV stations had already made basic animations in anticipation in order to give their audiences
live vision,
something to watch, and to put the radio conversations into context.
6.5 down, 5.5 down, 9-4.
What do you mean, pop the radio conversations in the context? That's a dagger. Like, think about this, right? Who are they talking to if the signal is lost? We waiting on that. Who? Listen, think about this now. If what you saying is true, Dave, then when the footage finally gets back to Earth, it ain't no voice over it because it ain't been recorded while we're live. It's a blackout. So you're giving us an animation with a voice over it. You saying that the voiceover is the real recording of what was the real communication that was going on between Apollo and the Earth. But ain't no communication going on. I mean, y'all hearing what I'm saying, though?
Big things. If you can communicate at that level, you can communicate at all levels. Point blank, period.
Like, it's literally you showing me re-entry. You shouldn't be talking during this footage at all. Even if they're saying, okay, let's just give them something to watch while the signal lost, then guess what they need to be saying? Hey guys, this is just a little animation to give you guys a visual of what it's like when the capsule is re-entering, and we could just kind of educate you with this little animation. This is kind of a, then say that. Don't keep broadcasting like, oh, this is really happening. And like y'all, you feel me? Because Dave know that don't make sense. He know he's double talking, but he know people ain't gonna scrutinize it to this level. You know what I'm saying? Just listen to this shit. You can't make it up.
Roll of film had been returned to Earth. But rather than show nothing during that period of time, the TV stations had already made basic animations in anticipation in order to give their audiences something to watch and to put the radio conversations into context.
What radio conversations? Ain't no more communications between them and the Earth. So the radio conversation should have halted at the same time the fucking footage halted.
Facts. They're trying to fill in the BS. Instead of just showing us all the scratchy frames per second and everything else that's distorted, just show us everything. We're tired of this. We've been asking y'all to show us everything, distorted or not, and they're still not doing it. That's why globsters are on our side right now, because it's like, hey, we paying literally, bro, we paying 66.8, right? Because 66.6 would be weird, right? But they say it's $66.8 million per day for NASA to give us this BS. But hey, shout out to them.
It's just so amazing to me that these folks can tell you we lost signal, but we giving you this animation so we can have something to speak that show. What Dave just said is we're broadcasting a signal to the public what's going on between Artemis and command control. And Dave saying, okay, we got to cut the feed during signal loss because the broadcast going to be down, but yet we going to give you this animation so you can hear the broadcast over something. Wait a minute, what broadcast? And so what they don't want to say is, hey, in the 70s, we scammed the whole world. In the 70s, we put up an animation and kept speaking over it like the real shit was happening and fooled people. That's what happened. But in 2020 now that we got an eye to see, because you got to remember, in the 70s, if you're watching this, you don't know what's real or fake. TV is new. TV is brand new, man. People don't know what to compare this to. So today we say, people in the 70s so stupid if they believe this. Man, that's your ego talking. Them people back then didn't have HD and all this technology we got. This was fucking cutting edge. Black and white TV was cutting edge. They didn't know what to expect. They thought, well, this must be real. Well, what does real look like? We don't know. This is it. No, this is fake. And we know that today because we're in 2020. So we got a lot of shit to compare this to, and we can know when we look at it, oh, this fake as hell. So they got to come out today with a new lie and say, oh, well, we know it's an animation. We was just giving them something to see while we continue to broadcast. What broadcast?
Yeah, exactly. Show us that too. Please show us that too.
Dang, man.
Because, bro, it's easy to fool people in the moment than after the fact. And I just want to throw that out there. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
6.5 down. 5.5.
Let me give a shout out to Queen Cam. Queen Cam, thank you for being 6 of 15. We only need 9 more people, but we only got 35 minutes, so that's gonna be a steep one, but we appreciate everyone that did donate. And Queen Cam says, when did NASA show that any planet is ball-shaped? We only see one side of the moon. They have managed to switch the focus on re-entry. Remember, the purpose of the Artemis trip was to go to the backside of the moon. This is just facts. That's just facts, though. We got a new caller by the name of Yahoo Cannon on. Appreciate you, Queen Cam. That's facts. Yeah, Yahoo Cannon was good.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Salutes, man. I remembered his name. Salutes to you, brother. Welcome back.
Yeah, salute to you. Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods. Yes.
Peace back to you, my brother.
Yes, much respect, and I appreciate all your work, man. I wanted to know if you went over the G forces and the G forces that a human being can handle. So I looked a little bit of this up to see how fast they were going and things of that nature. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick.
I mean, are you speaking to like how fast they was going at leaving or coming?
Re-entry.
At they maximum, it was 25,000 miles per hour. So listen, if y'all do this math real quick, you're hooking, and you can go to Chat GPT. It's a good mathematician. Check it out, right? Tell Chat, anybody can do this. I already did it. Y'all gonna love this shit right here, because you can do this to anybody, your cousins, anybody, right? And this pure math, no one can argue with this math. Ask Chat GPT, right? If, first of all, they re-entry time is 13 minutes. Let me see. How many minutes? I want to be right. How many minutes?
Okay.
Yeah, it's 13 minutes.
Okay, so it take them 13 minutes.
5,000 to 3,000 in 10 minutes.
Right. You see, this brother, see where I'm going. I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let you go because you got the numbers on hand. I see my notes ain't here, but what you tell it is basically ask Chat GPT.
Yeah,
you tell it.
I'm gonna come right back. I'm gonna come right back too. I'm gonna
check it out, right?
Try to do that before you get.
Check it out, right? What you tell it real quick. This will be quick. You just tell it, look, how long does it take me to get from 25,000 miles per hour to 0 miles per hour if I'm slowing down gradually? Because remember, they said that Orion don't do no sudden drops or nothing. It's a smooth, just gradual. If you track it, it's a gradual thing, but it's in a computer program. It ain't no sudden stop. That's important because mathematically that's impossible. For you to get from for you to slow down from 25,000 miles per hour to 0 miles per hour, Bro, you can't be dropping gradually in 13 minutes. Y'all do the math on that. You'll see mathematically that don't add up too.
10 minutes. And that's because of the force that is being applied, which is the PSI, which is around 2.8 as you decrease from 25,000 feet to 30,000 feet. And by the time they get from 3,000 feet, by the time they get to 3,000 feet, is to 300 feet, they should the PSI is around, no, they're moving around, the PSI should be around 5,000 forces was being applied to the capsule.
Yeah.
That's per square inch.
Square inch, yeah, I'm about to say, yep.
Yeah. And that's the heat force that's being applied. That's not the pressure. The pressure is 2.8 that they say is being applied. But when you look into the 2.8, that's false too. They actually have no real number for the 2.8 because when you ask far as the 2.8, because when you're leaving, it's at 4.3 at max Q. But when you ask it for its max Q far as descent, they don't have a max Q far as descent. And they like to change the wording. But you gotta not let them play with the wording. Because it's the same force that's being applied to the capsule.
They love to play the wording.
It's PSI. You got to make sure that they stay on PSI. It's the pressure that's being applied, and they like to go with 2.8, but that's not possible.
Yep.
Because they're moving too fast. Because they have reach. Let me see.
Because how is they PSI less than a Sonic jet pilot when they tripling his speed damn near like?
No, the big issue that you brought up last time was that their parachutes are being deployed. And they have two issues. Because depending on what you ask it, they'll tell you that the parachute deploy at 3,000. When the capsule is moving 3,000 miles per hour, they'll say you that the parachute is deployed. But when you question that, they'll say that they deploy at 300 miles.
Yeah. Hey, can I say this, bro?
Oh man, it can't be 300 miles. That's too damn low.
Hey, bro, if anything deploys at that speed,
that's too fast too.
It's gonna explode, bro, because it's not in the same vicinity that it gets slower as it gets close to you because it's at a speed that's out of this world. So it gotta be in a different atmosphere to even be that speed. It can't even go in that speed within this atmosphere because it'll blow the sound barrier, bro. You can only go at a certain speed at certain. It don't matter how close the sound barrier is. If it can be 10 feet from you, if it's too much of a force, then it's gonna blow the sound barrier in front of you. You understand what I'm saying?
Keith, about this, bro. Hey, the shuttle is at the tip of the rocket that shoots off when we watch that jump go off from Cape Canaveral, whatever it is, right? The shuttle part is at the tip of that jump, which is collecting all the heat, right? Then it collects all the heat on the way back down. What is it? And then we already looked at it. Now check it.
Can I say
y'all go
this
ahead,
too?
because y'all see what I'm saying.
Can I
It
say
makes
this
no
too?
sense.
I just want to say this real quick because you spoke about heat. So when it comes to heat, like now we're talking about altitude and latitude. We're talking about heat versus force. You understand what I'm saying? So it could be cold and be a certain force, or it can be hot and be a certain force. That's how we get the climates. You know what I'm saying? So all this ain't by chance. You feel what I'm saying?
Facts. And even if it was freezing cold outside, like Antarctica cold, the actual motion of that heavy ass object, which is they call the shuttle, right? Which is the thing at the tip of the rocket that's about to touch back down. It doesn't matter if it's cold or hot here on Earth. That friction is going to heat that shit up so hot that you're going to be in a glowing ball, a glowing Dragon Ball, right?
Over 5,000.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're not even talking about. We're not even talking
3,
about. Hey, look, we're not even talking about a rocket. Period, because Us, we
Yeah,
don't believe in none of that. We know they astronauts, bro. They tell you that they're not astronautical. You understand what I'm
Big
saying?
facts.
let
They're
me
And what
astronauts.
yeah, let me
when we gnosis, when we in the gnosis of a thing, bro, we know that when we go out of space, we go in. So we astronautical, bro. They astronauts, and then hey, I'm gonna fall back, bro. Much love and respect, peace and
much
power to
love for
y'all,
that.
man. Flat Mama.
No, that's
That's
Okay.
what's
facts
up.
though. That's just facts.
Um,
I gotta get to back to this
damn.
video. I'm at a certain point though, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna go to the panel. I stop at when he gets to the I only got 2 more pages. When he get the heat and steam, then that's for the next part. So we almost up out of here, you know what I'm saying? We almost
Okay.
through. Yeah.
Down. 9 forward. Good. 10, 20 feet.
Next, I saw this post from John Stewart, who states, quote, "You would travel 50 miles in 7 seconds at 25,000 miles an hour."
Now this may be kind of like what we talking about right now. Let me know. I think, and I'm just freestyle. I think they about to kind of get right in what we talking about. That's weird,
This is the re-entry.
huh?
This is the
Yeah,
re-entry.
I
Facts, you
think.
right.
Yeah, it is, man. Damn, that's crazy
Okay.
that this would
We
be
we
right on the spot we talking
yeah,
about.
look at that. We got it at 17,500 miles per hour. Let's see what he say in the video. Let's see.
Okay, that was crazy. Yeah.
Next, I saw this post from John Stewart, who states, quote, "You would travel 50 miles in 7 seconds at 25,000 miles an hour. So at 300,000 feet above the Earth, the capsule would have 7 seconds before it hit Earth. So it goes from 25,000 miles an hour to 350 miles an hour in less than 7 seconds," end quote, which is fundamentally false. John's claim is based on the idea that the capsule is entering the atmosphere straight down, taking the most direct route to the ground, except they don't plummet straight down towards Earth. If they did, they'd be traveling so fast when they reach the thicker air closer to Earth that the temperature would increase way too much for the heat shield to cope with.
We know
Instead,
they
they approach Earth at a shallow angle to increase the total distance traveled and thus allow more time for a gradual deceleration. Not only that, but as I've detailed in this previous video of mine, the spacecrafts are cleverly designed that they can actually generate lift, and they can roll the spacecraft to direct that lifting force. So they can have it lifting straight up above them to extend their path. They can roll 180 degrees in order to force a quicker descent to shorten their path, as well as rolling to the
They can do all that at thousands of miles per hour. Damn.
sides in order to control their direction. Artemis starts hitting the main bulk of Earth's atmosphere.
So wait a damn minute now. What you're telling me is that while gravity is really wanting them to free fall at 25,000 miles per hour, they can break that with thrusters.
Hey, Sanchez. You ever been in a car and you had to slam on brakes?
Yeah,
Damn near almost break your face, right?
right. So you
So
going
I don't know
25?
how.
Yeah, right. I got you. Get them. I see exactly where you're going. Tell it to them
You hit the
globalists in the
brakes
back.
in the car,
Yeah.
man, you almost fly right out the joint.
And
So
you ain't gotta hit brakes. Look, you can just say, "Let me hit a left real quick." Boom, you flipping. Now,
yeah,
that's what they doing though. They saying, "Look, we going 25,000 miles per hour, but let me change my trajectory." Like that's a walk in a fucking
and
park.
then we're gonna go to 300 miles per hour from 25,000 miles per hour, bro.
Man,
How?
but again, they're talking to dummies. They're talking to people who don't do what we doing. I hate to do it. I hate to say it, but my bad, y'all. Go ahead. This is crazy, man.
No, you good, bro, because it makes it's asinine. What you mean from 25,000 miles an hour, we go to 300?
Right. And your
What kind
body
of
gonna be
parachute is
all
that?
right. Yeah.
I told you it's a Mortal Kombat fatality, nigga. If you inside of that shuttle, my nigga, and that shit go from 25,000 to 300, your skin falling off your bones. Fatality.
Well, no. What would actually happen is your brains would turn into spaghetti.
Right. To
You
fucking
mean like that? That's why I'm saying, like, when
applesauce.
you in
Yeah.
when you in the car, when you slam on brakes, your brain damn near hit the front of your forehead just when you got to press the brakes in the car, or
And
like
you,
the brother Sanchez said, you make a left turn real hard, man, you damn near about to fall out the seat.
and you ain't doing over 200. You ain't
So
doing
that's
over
just
200.
impossible. What I've seen here, what I searched is supposedly they came in at 17,500 miles per hour, which is roughly Mach 25. And so it's Mach 25. Now, this is
So
very profound. They're saying that humans can face up to 200 G's, which I thought they
Mm-hmm.
couldn't go over
Right.
9 G's,
Right.
because that's what they say, that while trained pilots usually face 9 G's,
Right.
involuntarily short-term
near Mach
deceleration tests
25.
have reached Mach 46.2 G's. Survival depends heavily on acceleration, direction, eyeballs in duration, and protection. Yeah, so it says humans have survived extreme G forces, with the highest record survival being over 200 G's for a fraction of a second during the 2003 Indy car crash.
Exactly.
Kenny Brack, 214, he had 214 G's, while trained pilots
These
usually face
numbers,
9 G's,
these
which
numbers,
doesn't make sense because this guy's driving a car, hits 200 G's, and then they got jets flying and they hitting only 9 G's.
bro.
And
And you
Ain't
then
gotta
when
pay
you
nobody.
attention.
say,
Go ahead.
You
Yeah.
sure somebody in the car reached that many
I was
G's?
about to say that's not true because he
Yeah, that
reached
can't be.
214
Yeah.
miles per hour. That's not 214 G's.
Right.
G's are crazy work.
Yeah.
G's
Yeah.
will melt your
Nah,
face
nah,
off.
that's I'm looking at it right now. I would share my screen, but it says in 2003 Indy car crash, 214 G's. Kenny Barrick survived a crash at Texas Motor Speedway,
how many
surviving
G's
over
is
200
214.
G's. Look, it says he
What's his
survived it
name?
only for a fraction of a second. So
Hold
now
up.
think about that. He only did it for a
What's his
millisecond.
name?
His name is Kenny Brack, BRACK. Kenny Brack, and this is
Yeah, I
2003.
agree with you, bro. Like, here's the thing. What I'm saying is, whatever speed that car was going at is nowhere near the speed they say these rockets supposed to go at. So whatever
You
he was
right.
going
You
at is
right.
lower. Like they say for a split second, right? Because of
Yeah,
the
it was
G
for
force, right? Yeah,
a
because of the G
fraction of a
force. Yeah,
second.
I get what they're saying. But when you look
Hmm.
up what a G force is versus what a miles per hour is, G force is the amount of force something pushed on you. Miles per
Right.
hour is different. So when we talking about miles per hour versus G force, we got to make sure like we give people an understanding,
Oh
like an
no.
actual relatable experiment. Like, look, that car cannot go as fast as a rocket, but in that split second, he can feel like he's there, but it's not going that fast. If they're going and they're living inside that shell, going that fast on a constant, that's what we're saying. The amount of G's that accident happened in, they're flying in a rocket nonstop and living and
yeah.
communicating, using the bathroom, etc. You see what I'm saying? So we
Hey,
gotta
Yeah.
hey,
we
hey,
gotta
Yeah.
can
compare
I
them
just
numbers
say
first.
this real
But
quick?
the
Hey,
highest
bro,
amount of G's astronauts experience is no more than 10, I thought. But I'll fall back. Go ahead, Keith.
oh no, I was just gonna say that not even the whole 10 G's force, like, because now we're just trying to appeal to NASA, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, bro, Sanchez, man, you brilliant when you do this shit, bro, because you know that you giving them way more than what they should have. You giving them way more force and way more speed than they really should have at these speeds. You understand what I'm saying? Because when these speeds come into calculation, you have to calculate these things at the speed that it is off the ground with what's the ratio of space and force that's in between. You understand what I'm saying? This is where they first mess up at.
Let me
So
give
if
us, yeah.
there's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, if there's you telling me you it's supposed to be like light years away. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about you're fooling the people when it comes to space exploration because you're making them think you could get there in a weekend and all this because they just shooting across the sky. All of this is fake, but we got to think about what they really saying when they talking about this. So this where the when it comes to gematria and all that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's an
And and
Archeal
and
site.
and one
Yeah.
thing I want to say before we move over, just because gravitational, when you say G-force, somebody in the chat saying unit of gravitational force, I hope you don't think you proving gravity because gravity is a word. That's like me proving the tooth fairy by saying the word tooth fairy. Like, that's crazy. It's a word, of course. And you're going to find that word used in an adjective such as gravitational, right? But that don't mean it's real, though. Don't mean it's real.
That's what an
400,000 feet,
archetype
which is a
That's
point
what
known
an
as entry
archetype
interface.
Hold on a second. Yeah, that I just wanted to holler at it, but let me go and finish this video clip up real quick.
This happened whilst they were near Hawaii, and eventually they splashed down off the interface, 100,000 feet, which is a point known as entry interface. This happened whilst they were near Hawaii, and eventually they splashed down off the coast of San Diego. So that's 2,000 miles they've traveled, not 300,000 feet. Hence, it took 13 minutes from entry interface to splashdown. Though I've seen many people claiming the capsule didn't return from space at all, but instead was dropped from the back of an aeroplane.
Now, I'm trying to let him get, we already debunked that 7 seconds argument. Let me see, where is it? Okay, yeah. The drop from the back of the airplane, right? Let's hear this one, and this will be the last one. And he go to heat and steam, because this one leads to the heat and steam argument. But I'm going to say the heat and steam video for the next one. But let's hear this last one.
Flat Earth Dave even posted a video claiming to show footage of this. Now, I do have to laugh at this one, because he shows footage of a command module during splashdown, then states earlier that day, and then shows footage of a command module being dropped from the back of an aeroplane and claims it was one of the test runs. Except the splashdown footage he shows is from Apollo 15 returning to Earth in 1971. And the plane is a C-17 Glowmaster, which didn't exist until 20 years afterwards, certainly not earlier that day. This footage is of an Orion capsule being dropped from a plane, however, it's part of parachute tests that were done over several years from a...
Do y'all believe this shit? It's part of a parachute test. Listen, wait a minute. Remember, hold on, let me cook for 1 minute. It's part of a parachute test, but remember, when a liar lie, nigga like me, I don't forget nothing. Now, remember, he said the parachutes weren't even necessary. Now, in my first video, he downplayed parachutes. He was like, we don't even need the parachutes, but we need them enough to test them out. He said it don't even matter about the parachutes for real. And let me tell you something, bro. How are you testing out parachutes at that height when y'all open them up way earlier than that? This'll get somebody killed. Because if I'm testing my parachute, where they dropping that at, where those planes are flying at, the question is, you ain't even dropping them where you would drop them at in the mission. And then again, think about this. Who drops an entire rail capsule out of an airplane just to test the parachutes from a height level that you ain't gonna drop it at when you really drop it?
Facts. How you testing anything if you're not testing it where you should be testing it?
And let me share some with you what I know too. See, remember now, I was in the Air Force, and I ain't saying he lied. People test their parachutes by dropping shit out of planes with the parachute on them. Hold up, I'm being sarcastic. Hear me out, you can, and I'm about to land right here, right? Let me go and get to my point. Y'all, the main way we test parachutes is by putting them in front of these huge fans, and they blow into it. Let me explain something to you. If we had to test parachutes like this, it'll take years to get them right. For them to fly up there every time and put a watermelon on, because you can't test the parachute with a human. Who gonna risk their life to test that bitch? So listen, we're testing parachutes. We know that if we can blow this amount of wind into it and it don't break, then we can fall out the sky, because that's all happening to it is wind getting blown into it. So for NASA to say we testing parachutes by flying up here 100 times a day using fuel and taking off, dropping that shit out, you talking to dummies and retards, nigga. because that's using so much resource. It's so inefficient, and it ain't even good for your test. You're better off putting the fan in it like the people who, why would the people who make parachutes test them that way, but NASA won't, and y'all supposed to be smarter than them? You the space program. This is dumb. And so it leaves one thing. What is this? This is y'all practicing. Because think about it. What would you really need to test? The damage done to a human body when it splashed down from a certain height because you don't want to kill nobody. That's what y'all testing. They got dummies inside of this thing, and these dummies that they use are so damn advanced that the dummies got sensors inside of them, and they can tell you everything broke and all that. It's accurate. They use it in car crashes. That the dummies that y'all see in the car crashes, they got sensors in them, and that technology is so good they can tell you if a fingertip got broken off the dummy. So that's what they testing. I'm gonna fall back. We'll play this out, but I'm gonna let the panel interject, and I'm gonna play this little bit of left. Yeah.
But see, they always do like when that's why it's so much money being spent. Like this is where all this money going, because even when you look at when they test rockets, the ones that go up, it's more rockets that then blew up that then went into space. So there's a lot of insufficiency dealing with NASA, period, especially with them rockets. Like I said, it's more rockets that blow up than go out of space, and them millions of dollars blowing up.
Cool. If that's what you okay, bro. Cool.
From around 2008 to 2018, NASA obviously needed to.
Do y'all see this shit right here? Look at it.
In order to control their
because they testing
hence
the
it took
parachutes.
13 minutes from entry interface to splashdown. Though I've seen many people claiming the capsule didn't return from space at all, but instead was. Flat Earth Dave even posted a video claiming to show footage of this. Now, I do have to laugh at this one, because he shows footage of a command module during splashdown, then states, earlier that day, and then shows footage of a command module being dropped from the back of an aeroplane and claims it was one of the test runs. Except the splashdown footage he shows is from Apollo 15 returning to Earth in 1971. And the plane is a C-17 Globemaster, which didn't exist until 20 years afterwards, certainly not earlier that day. This footage is of an Orion capsule being dropped from a plane. However, it's part of parachute tests that were done over several years from around 2008 to 2018. NASA obviously needed to ensure that the parachute systems would work correctly, but how do you test a parachute? Well,
now watch this, right? He did in the first part of this stream, right? I did a whole stream. People said it was too long because he only had a 2-minute argument, but I wanted to harp on the parachute and the jerk up. Right? What they're teaching is that Artemis have a smooth, gradual landing from the start of its re-entry to the ending. But guess what? When you use parachutes, you can't have a smooth landing, because a parachute will abrupt your gradual smooth fall, and it'll slow it down very suddenly, causing a jerk up appear to be like a jerk up to happen. And it is literally a jerk up that's happening. People want to say it's not a jerk up, it's just you slowing down at a quick speed. Guess what happens when you slow down at a quick speed, you damn genius? You get jerked. They don't like words that blow them away. Like, damn it, everyone know when you in a car and you slam on brakes, you get jerked forward. You know why? Because the car pulling you backwards. That's like, just say somebody running and they about to fall off a damn cliff. They don't see it though. They running at a gradual speed. But to stop them real quick, I snatch them and they get jerked forward. They body want to keep going forward, but my hand, they call it a clothesline. And you know what happens, right? But check this out. They get jerked the fuck back. That's what happened. Now check this out, right? They get pushed back, jerked back, yanked back, whatever you want to call it. And look, Here's the thing. If the parachute don't jerk you back, it can't save your life. The parachute's job is not to land you gradually. It's to break your fall suddenly. That's why you get snatched up. It's like you slamming on brakes in a car. If you going 100 miles per hour and you hit the brakes and you come to a gradual stop, you're a dead man. When you hit them brakes, you need to come to a sudden stop. And because of things don't like to stop suddenly when they going fast, you get jerked. Now, guess what they'll say? He ain't getting jerked. He's just slowing down at a fast rate, which causes him to do what? I don't know, Sanchez, because I'm dumb as hell and I just say stuff. Right.
You put a dummy capsule on a plane, chuck it out the back and see if the parachute's open. And a good job they did, really, because in some of the early tests, the parachutes didn't work properly. So it's a good job that was a test vehicle, not an actual crewed.
So wait a fucking minute, mister. We don't need the parachutes. Wait a fuck. Bro, come on, man. Really? 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 Bro.
It makes no sense that that's all they depending on is the parachute.
Right.
And when we saw that,
fall.
If you go back and watch that image of that shuttle falling into that water when they was testing, when they was testing it, it falls in sideways. Imagine what you gonna feel like inside that imaginary roller coaster when that shit hit the ground. Not the ground, but the water, which is the most solid. It's water in tsunamis are the most solid force of energy on planet Earth, right? And you hit that shit side, that's concrete. And you hit that shit on your side.
That water, that joke like,
ain't no. Watch how that joke hit the side of that water on that video you just played again, man. Ain't no way nobody surviving that.
This is what you gotta ask y'all self, right? Do y'all know how much it costs to build one of these capsules? It's the question you gotta ask yourself. Who tests their parachutes? Now think about this. You're destroying functioning capsules. You're just destroying capsules like this. Look,
parachutes didn't work properly. So it's a good job that was a test vehicle.
It's a test vehicle. You get what I'm saying? So check this out. In order for it to be, so think about what a test vehicle is. In order for you to know that these chutes are gonna function properly when we get them in the air, your test vehicle need to be weighing the same thing that the original would weigh. Right? You would have to build it damn near identical to see how it would work under those. Why test it with something different than what I'm gonna put it on? Why
it should have the same components inside to make sure that they don't get loose, or you need to find out which components get loose when it hits the water and things like that. I agree.
Right. So it's easy to say, well, that's a test one, but you would spend the same damn amount. You can't, well, everything's in there is plastic. Well, you ain't really testing much. You want to see how this is going to work with heavy metal, right? You can't have a test model and a real one to see how it's going to work. This is crazy. Like, think about that, bro.
Imagine they got Legos in that jump. Trying to talk about we testing it out.
This is, man, bro.
Cool. Not an actual crewed flight. Now we come to the big.
But what's so hypocritical, like in the first part, he was like, you really don't need the parachutes. It's really like the drag force of the atmosphere that they're relying on, not the parachutes. But now they relying on parachutes, and it's so much that they got to do tests. Now, your damn parachutes ain't opening right from right here where you dropping it at the top. You ain't up that high. You got a little plane up here dropping it. If that shit malfunctioning right there, I don't know if it's going to work. Like, are y'all dropping it from the same height that y'all drop it for in the real? Like, it don't seem like it.
Biggest claim that.
Shout out to.
Hey, yeah, if it was up for me, man, they running trials and wasting money at this point because no one actually believed it. Like when I look up videos online, most of the comments, they're against. They don't even believe it no more. So I don't know, man. They finna they're gonna try to pull the rabbit out the hat at this point. Because you already know how we rocking up over here. And it's fun to see people turn their back on NASA. I love it. Every
Yeah.
minute of it, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, and real quick, Sanchez, I noticed too, somebody brought it out in one of the videos, TikTok or something like that, YouTube, TikTok, I don't know. But they mentioned the fact that these guys did not grow any stubble on their face, man. These
Right,
guys look like
right.
they was clean shaven every single day. So to me, that was kind of like another nail in the coffin adding up. It's just they just add nails and more nails, man.
And I'm not saying every argument that I'm saying is gonna be a dagger. I'm just pointing out stuff on the fly. But at the same time, a lot of what I'm pointing out is daggers, you know. And I assume that once I drop a few daggers, anything outside of that is just, you know, me just, you know, talking. But I showed up today with my notes with what I know is daggers. And ain't no way we supposed to be getting a signal from cameras that's giving live footage of the sun. But we can't get one. We still getting a blackout from capsules entering Earth. Now, I pointed out a lot of different stuff, but you know, I ain't gonna beat this horse too long. I think this the end. Let me
people have been talking about, which is the splashdown itself. Because the re-entry temperature is said to reach...
Okay, yeah, steam. I'm not gonna do the steam argument tonight, so I'm gonna turn the mic over to the panel, man. I'm gonna let y'all land y'all planes, and we're gonna start getting out of here, man. I appreciate everyone that helped me support the goal. It's 20 seconds. The countdown clock is going out, but we did get 6 people, and I appreciate y'all. And yeah, let's turn the mic over to the people, man. We're gonna say this next portion for the next one.
Yes, sir, Ski. And just pay attention, chat panel. They ran tests, right? And they failed the majority of the tests, but they still did it anyway. That's not how science is supposed to work. That's not how science is supposed to work. You're supposed to test everything till you get a majority consensus of like, hey, we can do this. They were less than 50% sure that they could actually do this because majority of their tests failed and they still did it anyway, and they want us to believe that they did it. Nothing is showing that they actually did what they did. This is my point. I want to make sure everybody, and Bro Sanchez and everybody else, you know who's over here. They're not showing us what our Earth looks like as it's spinning on the road, 24 hours. Just have one of the thousands of satellites pointed at the Earth, showing it spinning. They will never show us that. You can look it up on the internet, Google it, whatever you want to do, you won't find it. And then they went on the Artemis mission around the moon just to say that they did it and then show us nothing. That's why the globsters are pissed right now. We flat earthers are not pissed, and I'm more of I'm a flat earth / firmament / just prove it to me earther, right? But they're not showing us anything, and they did it again, and they didn't show us anything. So now the globe earthers are starting to be like, hey, what's really going on? And we got it now. We don't even have to worry about fighting this fight no more, for real, to be honest, because the globe earthers, they were expecting something, they didn't get it, now they're pissed. So we can just let them argue against NASA. Oh, NASA, right? We know that means deceiver. Apollyon is the twin of Artemis, which is the Satan, the beast, the great beast that's thrown into the bottomless pit in Revelations. So these two things that they're naming something that we're supposed to believe in is literally the description of the deceiver. NASA included is deception. The devil, Satan, is the deceiver, and they named these things after these two things. Yeah. Why? We got to ask
And
ourselves
see,
that. But
remember,
got it, bro.
everything is Greek God, Greek, because NASA is an extension of the Roman Empire, which is why they got a contract with the Vatican. I keep telling people, like, what NASA is to the Vatican is what the Pharisees and Sadducees was to the Roman Empire. The Pharisees and Sadducees were the church's wise men, but they were deceivers. They proclaimed to have the knowledge of the heavens, but they did not. and they were lying to people. And if you look at who that is today, like back in the day, the Pharisees and Sadducees were evil as hell, but they proclaimed to have the biggest connection to God through their rites of passage to the heavens. That would be an astronaut. The astronaut would say, look, because the Pharisees and Sadducees was in power because they had a monopoly on the fact no one could really own the conversation of how the heavens work, what happens above us. That was limited to something that the Pharisees and Sadducees' job was to do. That, you know, and today we don't have Pharisees and Sadducees. We have astrophysicists working for the Vatican, working for the powers that be. It's the same thing. They doing the same thing, same people, different titles and stuff like that, but the same power, you know, and all that. I'll fall back. I'm just giving you in a nutshell. I'll speak on it more in the future.
Hey, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Shout out to my brother
What's up?
Toby.
What's up? Yeah, what up, bro? You already know. What's up with all the people from NASA getting murked? Like they say they had 12 people that
Well,
died.
yeah,
So what's up
right
with
now,
that?
right now they're running a psyop, and what's going on is all of the things they selling with aliens, globe Earth, all of that's part of the same agenda for real. But we've been attacking all that, showing is BS. And for the whole Artemis mission is because they're desperate people waking up to their deception. It's kind of like people waking up seeing who Trump really is and seeing that he faking all these shootings. And then now people waking up, even the globalists, seeing who NASA really is, like, damn, man, I ain't saying the earth flat, but they may be faking this shit. And that's your gateway. Now watch this though. What happens is when you know your jig is up, your last stand to gain credibility is people died for this shit, man. See, because humans like to think something is true. Like if I say right now, yo, they're hiding green aliens under the ground and they don't want me to tell y'all this because it's the truth being heard from you, and I end up dead, people will think my message is true because the government killed me for teaching it. But guess what? They don't understand this is what cult members do. Cult leaders do that to immortalize themselves. What a cult leader would do, like with Jesus, for example, the fake Jesus, the one they gave you in the Bible, the one you follow as a graven image, the white boy with the blonde hair, right? The thing is this. He had a message. He didn't prove his message to us. But the people who want us to accept Jesus' message today, even though he ain't in our time, we didn't see no miracles or none of that. Guess how they get us to accept it? They said he died for you, fool. He died teaching this message. What you mean his message wasn't true? Why would they kill him? He died.
Yeah.
You see? So they do the same thing. They'll say, well, they died saying about aliens and about all that, and now so that makes it true. No, just give me evidence of it. Prove it. Just prove it true. I don't give a fuck who died.
Yeah,
Care who died.
I don't like the fact that that they didn't record everything. And my thing is, you could record anything, anywhere, anytime. I don't like the fact, you know what I mean? Like, it's so crazy. But then you meet the people who follow NASA. Like they're really in a cult. Like one day I was out walking and people looking for it coming back out here in Vegas. I'm like, bro, you ain't gonna see it. It's cloudy as hell. But you're in the psyop, bro. You ain't gonna see it. You ain't gonna see it.
Hey,
bro.
look, all cult members do that. Listen, man, a cult member can be teaching some shit and it'll be people debating him every day. Like, bro, for real, you telling me you all that. And then let the FBI kick in that nigga though and bust him and get locked up. Guess what? A lot of people gonna re-look into what that nigga was saying, and they gonna be like, well, damn, maybe this nigga was on to something. Like when they locked Malachi York up, his shit got stronger. Check this out, right? When Jim Jones got took out and wiped out, his cult and message is still going on in a cult right now. It just turned into a whole occult thing. Like it solidifies these people, man, for real, when you kill them.
Yeah, that's crazy. It make the message. The message don't mean nothing. I'm
That's
sorry.
scary.
Yeah, the
That's
message don't mean
scary.
nothing while you're here,
Yeah.
but when you go, it
That's how
amplifies.
you do it. They can fake people's death and just make their message come to life. It's so many cults right now that'll never die. And the way that people prove it, they say, well, you telling me if all is fake, why would the government be watching this man? Why would the CIA be watching this man? They killed this man. And you telling me what he teaching is fake? Some people, that's the only proof they need. The government was after it. Oh, man. But check this out, though. The government is going out of their way to leak alien footage and all that. Why would they be killing people that's talking about UFOs? They talking about it too.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this is a very scary time to be living in for the fact that people actually, like the amount of people that like the brother just said when he was in Vegas, the people talking about they trying to see the joint come back. It's like, can you imagine that the population, even though the population is waking up, we are still a minority that has woken up. The majority of people still wholeheartedly believe this stuff. That's what the scariest thing is. It's like we are living around a bunch of just like these are NPCs, man. Because I don't know how you could believe any of this stuff after a while.
You're right, man. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I kind of believe the best way to learn is to be self-taught. Everything you learn for yourself. Like, I get it sometimes when information come in, like you have to learn it from your elders, the people who teach you that, you know what I mean? But everything that comes on the screen is basically propaganda. How many people watch it? How many people believe? Bro, there ain't no damn way. Because it's the same thing with Antarctica and all that shit. Like, if I can't go there, if I can't see it, then it's not real to me, bro. It's not real. So they trolling us for money. I forgot how much money they take every week. NASA, like I forgot how much. But they for sure,
$6.6 million a day.
yeah, they for sure tapping our pockets, bro.
Hey man, when they kill people to validate what they're saying or to elevate their message, I know you guys know it, but y'all was looking over the word. The word is called martyrdom. They make you a martyr, and if you pay attention, we vets Sanchez. You know they avoid killing certain people to elevate their word to make them a martyr. Because it solidifies their message regardless of what they were saying. So y'all was right on that.
Hey, Voodoo, I don't think they kill these people. I think that these people just get a new identity, or they go into I believe that they got a lot of just uncharted islands and lands with entire civilizations of just beautiful, retarded ass humans that can't think, where they can just live out this like paradise, like on some.
They the gods on them islands, man. They just got robot people
Sanchez,
out there. It's crazy.
I don't think they kill them either, but I'm just saying the action of martyrdom. If you come up missing, it reinforces whatever you were saying.
True.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know you. And then listen, I'm gonna end with this too on the with the whole debate part, and I'll let y'all talk. We're told that the capsule travels about 2,000 miles along a shallow trajectory, which is why it takes around 13 minutes instead of dropping straight down. But where is the actual track flight path that proves this? Remember, Dave said it don't drop straight down. It ends at a curve. I didn't actually rebuttal that. So this isn't the 1960s. But see, everything he's saying, he don't have nothing to back it up is what we're saying. And every time they can give us the nail in the coffin, the footage breakdown. Oh, we can't track it, man. It's getting away from us. So modern missions have precise navigation, satellites, and real-time tracking capabilities. Planes even got black boxes. Why aren't we shown a continuous GPS trajectory from start to finish? Where is the data that shows exact position, altitude, and speed throughout that entire 2,000-mile path? Instead, we're given diagrams and explanations, not raw, verifiable tracking. We're just given jibber jabber from people like Dave. And then there's the claim about lift. We're told a blunt body capsule can generate lift to control its descent. Fine, then show it. Where are the real numbers? How much lift is being produced at what angles? And how does it alter the trajectory in real time? That's not something you just assert. That's something you demonstrate with data, which they have not done. At the end of the day, this argument depends entirely on a long controlled path and measurable lift, but neither is actually shown. So the real question is simple. Where is the real-time trackable flight data that proves this trajectory Dave's talking, that proves that this is happening the way it's being described? Without that, it's just explanation and not evidence, and I fall back.
Bro, I'm gonna say this one time, right? If they can throw parachutes out on that heavy ass shuttle, why not throw parachutes out on planes? We should never have another plane crash.
There
Ever.
you go. This man just snapped.
Thank
That
you.
nigga just
Thank you.
snapped.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
listen, and let me tell you something.
Yes.
When people say, well, how are y'all gonna prove them wrong? This is a good example of what all we do is use common sense and logic. But see, the reason it looks so weird when we do it is because this shit ain't common no more. Common sense ain't common. People be thinking that they get up every day and they use reasoning, logic, common sense, but they don't. They get up every day just believing what they told. And then when you challenge what they told, they'll fight back and defend it like you're never using logic and reasoning. You're just defending beliefs. That don't take intelligence, logic, reasoning, or nothing. So when we finally start using logic and reasoning, questioning this shit, dismantling it, it's weird to them. So y'all think y'all know. Even though what we saying make a lot of fucking common sense, they won't take it, y'all. You know why? We just a bunch of niggas drinking beers on YouTube. We ain't got a tie on. We ain't got a suit on. And, come on now.
Hey,
Right.
what got me was that little, when they were communicating from up there to down here, they still had that filter on their voice. And I'm like, bro, if my mic sound like this over the internet, there's no way your shit should sound like it does like back in the day. So they really be playing with people fundamental. It's crazy.
Yeah.
As soon as I heard
Right.
that
Sound like they was on the landline back in the day, the 60s. It sound like they was directly on the telephone, like the wall phone, the old rotary phone. Like you could, you know what I mean?
They trying to play with people mental, bro. It's so crazy.
You know what's so crazy about the whole parachutes on airplanes thing, man? What's so crazy about that is, why the fuck do we even got brakes on car now that I think about it? Because it's like, if a car going 100 and some miles per hour, which y'all got that on the dashboard, the last thing we need to do to be stopping is slamming on brakes. And we know that when we see these fucking big speed racers and they have parachutes on the back of their shit. And they're going like 700 miles per hour, and that shit starts slowing down pretty good. Them parachutes come. And my thing is, we see parachutes can save your life. In reality, they can, but the way they do it is by bringing you to a suddenly change in speed than what you was going. The sudden word is key, because let Dave explain it, right? They got parachutes, but at no point in the trajectory is there a sudden jerk, because their claim is it's a gradual progression from start to finish while they circle the earth and land like a feather. Like, what's the point of a parachute if you're a feather landing? A feather don't need a gradual, like, it's stupid, because if you drop a feather from a building, it will fall from beginning to end gradually and it'll hit the ground softly. But that's a feather. And they're trying to like apply that to this big ass, heavy ass capsule. Because think about what they teach you about gravity. They say that the feather is able to fall like that, right? Because gravity don't have that big of effect on lighter objects. But gravity got a huge ass effect on heavy objects like Artemis, but yet he give you the same physics for a feather by saying, well, the atmosphere is just gonna slow it down to a gentle little stop due to drag. Well, if it was a feather, yes. How does gravity really work on heavy objects, man? Because what they'll tell, when Dave is explaining this shit, guess what he says, He says, so at some point, gravity loses to drag. And you know why gravity gotta lose? Because you gotta explain why these people don't turn into pancakes when they hit the ground without a parachute, because you just told us gravity pulling them down. But for gravity to just stop pulling them down all of a sudden to save their life, drag got to take over and win against gravity, pushing them up the opposite way. But you don't really show us what had happened in the flight data. You got a perfect fall like a feather. I don't get it, man.
What we gotta do is use our common sense, bro. Absolutely. It makes perfect sense if we use our common sense that what they're telling us is absolutely asinine. And also, don't comets and don't these big ass asteroids come into our atmosphere and break up? So why this big ass thing right here just you like? But hey, we ain't supposed to use our own brain,
right? And then you know what's so crazy about all this, bro? The drag argument. They saying, well, when the parachutes open, they create enough drag to win the battle against gravity. If that's the case, we will see a sudden decrease in speed. And when that happens, we get a jerk up effect. I went over that in the first video. But they don't give us that. If you ever watch a NASA video, when the parachutes open up, the shit keep gradually falling and slowing down. Like imagine me hitting my brakes, slamming on the brakes doing 100, but the car goes to a nice little gradual stop still. What the fuck? I just slammed on brakes doing 100. No jerking? That's NASA's dissension, y'all. It ain't natural. Don't
Yeah,
you know?
You can't even run and stop it, stop after you start running. Like you cannot just stop on a dime just by running. Just running down the street. You cannot stop on a dime. It's crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Speed that common sense don't work. You're right. Yep.
They telling us from the moment we start falling to the moment we landed, it was a safe, gradual, soft fall. That there was never no jerk moment. You can't, anybody that uses parachutes, they can't fall from beginning to end without a jerk moment because the parachute gonna jerk them up. Now people will, that ain't jerking, that's your speed changing real quick and it causes that's when I gotta keep being so fucking redundant. I don't like to repeat myself this much, but I got to though. Because they don't get it, y'all, they don't.
Sanchez, your common sense is injuring your vision and your faith, man. It's making you put things together.
Right. Like,
have you ever been on a helicopter, Sanchez, and felt that bitch turn and you sank down in the damn seat?
That's crazy,
shit.
Man.
But they stopping on water, man. Boy, you would explode instantly. And how are they attaching these damn parachutes, homie? What they attaching it to?
That's my whole point. Like, where are they coming out from? Why not put the cameras inside those little bubbles that the parachute's flying out of? Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, yo, when you use your common sense, like, where the parachutes coming out from, and why don't those little capsules burn up when they coming in?
Yeah,
why not put cameras
how
there?
The parachute don't burn, but the bottom is all burnt up.
They said that the parachute's being shot right at the tip that's pointed away from the heat. But let me tell y'all something what's crazy, right? We can go to I'm gonna go to the board and I'm gonna show y'all something. So if y'all can, if you're on the call, switch to your YouTube video. Open up another tab and go to YouTube. Let's go to the board. I'm gonna show you something. It's gonna be quick. They say when Artemis is falling, it's shaped like a Hershey's kiss. So look. Now the parachute is connected right here. Now all of the heat is doing this. They're saying that the heat is being pushed away from where the parachutes are deployed, but this ain't like a hot air balloon where the flame is already positioned inside the damn hole right there. No, your parachutes are hanging on back here flying, and guess what? All of your heat is just being thrown off right here where the parachutes is at. So we want to peep what's going on here. All the heat as it falls, right? All the heat is going around the thing. It's converging at this tip right here. The heat, in other words, let me do this again. Let me show you something. I'm going to just take my heat off. This is what the heat ain't doing. The heat ain't doing this. You get this look a mess. But y'all get what I'm saying? Look, the heat ain't doing this. The heat ain't doing that. It ain't doing this and allowing this here to deploy parachutes. The heat, even if it's doing that, you're gonna have some heat interacting with the chute here, right? But the heat ain't going straight up like that. The heat is like curving, aerodynamics, man. Just think aerodynamics. The wind when you're driving down your car is hugging the side of your car. Your car is like, shout out to Isaac Frimpong. Yeah, man, you're 7 of 15. Technically, we would need 8 more people if we wanted to complete that goal. Shout out to you, Isaac. Love you. Keep cooking. Man, love you too. Appreciate that. Y'all go ahead. So, see what I'm saying here.
Yeah. I would like you to show us where the heat will be going at, though. Show us where the heat really hit at, because I'm thinking that the heat is really hitting at the bottom. It's hitting where them floaters are supposed to be at. When it lands, it's supposed to hit the floaters, or the heat is hitting the bottom of that capsule, right?
You got a good point that when the thing splash down and they let the floaters out, it's touching the heat shield. The floaters touching
that's
the
what I'm
heat
saying.
shield.
How is this?
And
How is this material not burning up?
You gotta talk, and they telling you, well, this thing is so cold when it touched down that they can just drive up to it and go to touching it already. Nigga, I can't touch a pot out my oven. But they can touch this shit that was just 5,000. Listen, man, people believe anything, bro.
Hey, man, they need to drop that joint in the volcano at this point, man.
And that hot, and we know when you put something hot into water, it sizzles, right? And so
it boils.
The whole internet has been in a riot because of this channel right here. I promise you, my nigga. Hey, no one was talking about what she was like, hey, where the steam? It's like, hold on, time out. Where the steam at, folks? In the whole internet, TikTok, everybody went in the riot. It's like, yo, where is the steam? If something hot hit cold water,
it's crazy how I'm gonna tell you what's crazy about our community, me myself. Everybody know who we are when it comes to flat earth, but we can't mention it. It's like Jesus. It's like, yeah, you know them motherfuckers that's over there drawing the crowds, doing the miracles, but you can't say his name. Caesar gonna fuck you up. You can't say their names, you know.
Establishment type work, yeah, exactly, man. It's colonization, making you be afraid of your common sense and what you are actually aware of. Don't believe your lying eyes. It's like, hey, don't believe what your eyeballs just told you. And we just supposed to go with curriculum. It's like, all right. I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna imagine what you tell me is the truth.
That you got these little bitty strings holding them parachutes, and it's right there where all the heat building up. That's crazy.
All that heat is at. So they got unburnable plastic out here.
But those strings are
thousands of degrees.
Let me correct y'all, dumb flat earthers. You dumb flat earthers. Let me correct you. Those strings are made out of nylon. You hear me? Nylon.
Indestructible.
They will never win, and they will never win because of this fact right here. You will never find a satellite that shows the Earth spinning. And how many satellites you got up there, according to the Globsters? Thousands. And you can't find one that show the Earth spinning. Get out of here. I don't want to hear shit you got to say.
Hey,
Pardon my friend. I don't want to hear shit you
Global
got to say.
Sensei on the board. That's funny.
Okay, there we go.
That's funny.
bro. Tell them
Break it down. Break it down.
Oh my God, bro.
Where the heat gonna go? Where the heat is at on this thing?
Because y'all keep on talking about how fast this thing going, and y'all talking about the brains will be pancakes and everything. So when we talking about this mile per hour, that means the heat is going like this, bro. It's creating a force field, bro. That's how fast it's going. It ain't touching
Exactly.
here, bro. Because that's how fast it's going. It's not doing that. It ain't doing nothing like that. It's going too fast for that. It's
I'm
going
gonna show you what it's doing. I ain't even saying you wrong. Listen. I'm not saying that the brother wrong. I'm not saying I'm wrong either. Look at me again, brother. Look at here. Look at here. Go back to the board now. If you now listen, what I'm about to show, you will see that NASA show this on their own videos. And I'm gonna show you how it go. It's kind of what we both saying, and this is not. That's why I showed you both of them earlier. What's happening is this, like what you said, the heat is coming out like this, straight out as it drops, but it's also doing this, and it's doing this, and it's doing this, and it's doing this. It is all the way up to it's doing that. So just like sun rays are doing, like, you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is basically, it looks like this when it's falling. If you go look at an animation that they show, they'll show you this too. So yeah, you got wind moving out this way, that way. Is coming out at all angles. It's cutting through the air, and it's sort of making the wind contour to its shape all around. Just like this. Now, I don't know the proper language to use to explain, but but both of us got a clear, the part of is knowing how the mechanisms work, what's going on, and that's what I'm showing. Like, I'm not saying you wrong, but I'm saying when you really put it all together, it's more like this. But I'll fall back there.
But you know how the mark when they be going so fast, where it got that speed barrier. So, and that ain't even going close as to what this is going, and you still got that speed barrier on them jets. And so for this to go, what that is, about 4 or 5 times faster than the jet, and it create a speed barrier, it ain't too much getting through this barrier. Ain't too much. That's 25,000 miles per hour. Ain't too much getting through.
If ain't nothing, listen. Hold on. I got you. Hold up though. If ain't too much getting through the barrier because it's that hot, that powerful, again, that's what we tripping on with the parachute strings. But also, they said, well, when we let the parachutes off, the plasma shield is gone by that time, right? So we got to throw that out there too. And which is why I was saying that the tip of this thing is so hot that you can't even attach a nylon string to it. Like, it's that hot at that point where, because they saying by the time they release the parachutes, everything is fine and copacetic. I'm saying, what are these strings attached to? They gotta attach to hot metal. It don't have to have a plasma bubble, right? It can be just hot metal that burn them. Right.
I agree with you right there. Like, it is some inconsistencies with that. Like, I couldn't tell you nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the whole Artemis argument, y'all can really have that. You know what I'm saying? But my thing, like, if we think about,
I got you, T. Shut up.
For this phase of time, of this little age, one thing
I got a donation from Holy Viking, man. Shout out, my bad for cutting you off, bro. Shout out to Holy Viking, man.
You good? But like, for this age, this little phase, one thing I do know is, like, when we dealing with Tesla, like the car, it's just machinery. Like, we haven't, us as a people, we haven't been in the lead. We've been in behind. I'm just talking about this age. I ain't talking about all the way back then. So when it come to helicopters and tanks and all this stuff, we students. We not the teachers of this. So what I'm saying is that
Hold on, bro. Whoa. We don't gotta use words like student and teacher just by saying we're free thinkers. Let me explain something to you. I'm not acting right now. I'm not even intentionally trying to act as either a student or a teacher. I'm intentionally trying to act as a questioner, an observer, an investigator. And when I'm doing that, I may shift in between being a student and a teacher multiple times throughout a day. But I don't care about the student teaching thing. I care about questioning what and using my common sense and this good ass mind that the Most High gave me to rationalize and deduce what's real and what's not. I think we got that ability. I don't think you got to be the teacher, he got to be the student. I think everyone just got to be open-minded, using their mind, and won't nobody be able to deceive nobody if your mind functioning the way it should.
I ain't saying you. I'm telling you that that's what you supposed to do. I'm not negating that or debating that, because I do that myself. Even though I don't build this stuff, I still activate my inner God. But I still deal with the facts as well. And so
I don't think you do.
But so guess what? Dealing with the facts is, I know global status can't go out here and build a helicopter and an airplane from scratch versus the way they do. Like, they already made the blueprint.
But here's what I'm saying. Dealing with the facts mean just because I can build a helicopter don't mean I know every damn thing. It just mean I went to school to learn a certain skill or profession. That don't mean now I can tell you about everything, what's happening in other galaxies, and that what's happening light years of fucking way out there beyond the stars. Just because I built the cell phone don't mean I can proclaim the knowledge of the heavens. And then the people who we're debating about flat earth, they can't build a helicopter either. Neil deGrasse Tyson can't build no fucking helicopter. So why are we even talking about this, brother? It's a waste of time.
No, I had a point, but you go ahead. I had a
And
real
I
point.
just told you that the point is moot, though. I know the point, dude. I've heard that. I've been doing this 10 years, man. I heard this shit in so many approaches, dude. You ain't the first. I know how globalists think. I know your point, and I killed it. I've been told several times, niggas get on here think they smart. Sanchez, my name John. I just got one question. I called in with one question, my brother. You believe the earth flat? Yes. Okay, my brother, I just got one question for you. Can you make a cell phone? No, I can't. But do you use cell phone? Okay, so you telling me that the earth flat, but the people who telling us it's a ball, they made a cell phone and you can't, Sanchez. So how do you know what you talking about? I've heard this from so many different angles. It's pathetic. Stop it. Like I said,
I want to throw a bit real quick.
The funny thing too, though,
technology. We've been 300 years back in technology. They're 300 years advanced in technology, and we 300 years behind. So all of this is basically a front. That's what I've been hearing. I've been seeing, some information that they got way more advanced technology, and they got us on here talking about. Basically, we talking about steam trains. As far as the flight, we talking about vehicles that are using jet fuel, and they 300 years in the future. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that idea out there that there's
but
some
are they just
information
making us
about that.
think that they're more advanced than they really are?
Yeah, I think that they using.
Are they just telling us? Because I don't want.
Well, let me explain something to you,
Sanchez.
T. Let me explain something to you, T. This what a liar do. A liar wants you to think he advanced when it benefit him, and a liar want you to think he's primitive when it benefits you. Let me show you something. They want you to think we're so damn advanced that we can launch this James Webb out of here, and y'all know we can do it because we got Nintendos and PlayStations, right? Because we advanced and we fancy. But yet we're so non-advanced that we don't know how to get back to the moon. That's right there. We so non-advanced. Hold up. We so non-advanced. Okay, go ahead. I know you got it. Go ahead.
I'm asking, okay, this because really, and I know it's a cliche, but I just had two things on because I mean, bro, I just started watching you like 2 weeks ago, and it was like, I've been like, I mean, bro, you be doing them streams, the long streams, and bro, with them laugh tracks, with them audience laugh tracks, that should be funny as a motherfucker, right? You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate
but the thing that
yeah.
I noticed, okay, you know, I understand what you're saying because I'm on your side, but I think this is the way they trying to play it, right? You remember in Back to the Future when your boy first went through time in the parking lot of the mall, and then he came back and the doc tried to touch the door handle, and Marty was like, "What is it hot?" He's like, "No, it's cold, damn cold." It seems like with the drag, because like, you know how when they show that like figure-8 pattern that they're saying that the Artemis went in, they're trying to play it like, if you remember back, they claimed that we were going to be able to get anywhere on Earth in an hour. They said that they were going to use this moon technology where you were going to go to the airport, get on a plane, it was going to take off straight up into the sky and basically just drop down wherever on the earth instead of going sideways. But now they're trying to say, okay, when they're entering the atmosphere, that they're like catching on to the rotation of the earth and they're going sideways and just basically floating in the upper atmosphere where it's freezing cold for so long.
But listen, one question. When they're coming in, they're traveling at, what did we say, y'all? Is it 25,000?
24,000 or some shit?
Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
like
listen.
25,700 miles per hour.
I got you. Now watch this, right? These folks will tell you, we can't see the span of the earth because it's going so slow. It's taking the earth 24 hours to do a complete rotation. Yet you can come in at 20-some thousand miles per hour and hitch a ride off of its spin speed. Does that make sense?
That's what they're trying to say.
So that means I can approach a merry-go-round traveling at 25,000 miles per hour, but the merry-go-round spinning slower than a motherfucker, like a snail, and I can hitch me a ride off that little spin, that slow spin, but I'm going fast as hell.
That's funny.
Should have ripped your arms off, my nigga. Another Mortal Kombat fatality.
We used to try to jump trains when we was young. That joint don't work, bro. You mess around and die out there, man.
I like to challenge that guy that said you can't run and come to a complete stop. It's apparently he's never watched Barry Sanders.
Good
True that. I gotta give you that. I gotta give you that for real. I give you that one.
Hey,
I'm about to get off, Sanchez. I appreciate you letting me come up, and I'm gonna just keep on listening. But you handling business. Peace out to all the brothers.
Much love, T, man. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Okay. Hey, yeah, Barry. Barry can shake you in a phone booth, man.
Yeah, he could. And that's true.
The same type of technology that NASA's using right there, man. You just don't understand it.
Yeah, they got that.
See, this is why they didn't want to educate the black man, you know, because he's too smart for his own good, and he just can't see it, man. You got to invest yourself. You got to see it, man.
I said,
patriotic to see it.
I believe that they are way more advanced than what we seeing. I think they literally have us living in the Stone Age. That's what I believe at this point. I'm not. I mean, look, didn't they just bring out the discombobulator? What is the discombobulator? What is that?
Man, it was people.
I know what it is.
It was
the
people.
Havana syndrome. What is that?
No, the discombobulator is a hammer that I hit you in the back of your head with.
You see?
Yeah, man. Hey, look. During this Artemis mission, it was people saying, "God bless America," and I had to think about it. Right? When did this would be against the Bible and Christianity, because if God wanted your ass to go to other planets and shit, what part of the Bible is that? Because the Bible say humans are gonna be judged in the end of days, risen up from the earth. And it don't say that God gonna have to swing by Mars to pick up some humans too that's living on that and shit. The Bible don't have us being a space age group of humans. It's like there's nothing Christian about you believing in NASA, because they're trying to get you to the promised land in a physical sense, but your Bible said you can only go to heaven in a spiritual sense. It's saying that if you want a better world, then you got to leave this earth through the spirit, not by going up there in a rocket to do it and cheating God. So you Christians room for space colonization, you actually saying, fuck you, God, we making our own heaven up there physically.
Not really, Sanchez. If I put a picture of Jesus on the side of the capsule, is that not Jesus taking me to heaven?
They're saying, listen, God, you taking too long to get us to the stars, so we building rockets, motherfucker. We ain't waiting on you.
Look, but check this out, though. Because in the Bible, it do got a space age. If you interpret it how I interpret it,
well, that's the end of the
this
show.
is
No.
true.
I don't listen to Bible interpreters. I just don't. I don't want to hear them.
That might be a topic for another time.
I don't want to hear a nigga's interpretation of the Bible. Because guess what? The Bible don't need an interpreter. You know why? It speaks English, y'all. It ain't written in Japanese or none of that shit. You see what I'm saying? See, that's just a nigga that's gonna tell you, well, it's written in something you don't understand it, Sanchez. No, I speak English and it speaks English. It don't need no interpretation. Yes, it do. It need me to tell you what it's saying, because it doesn't speak English. It's speaking another language that only can be interpreted and decoded by me. Like, I don't know, bro. I can read English, man. I'm just saying.
Well, because everybody on this panel coming with their own interpretation of life, even though it's real.
They shouldn't though. They shouldn't though. Everybody shouldn't come up with their own interpretation of the truth, man.
That's what I'm saying. And so that's just like saying I can't speak my truth though.
No, I'm saying you can't speak your interpretation of 2 + 2 being 4. It's 4. You can guess what you can do. It ain't interpreting it by saying 1 + 3 is 4. 0 + 4 is 4. That ain't your truth. That's just the truth. See, here's my thing. Nope. Stop, bro. Here's the thing, bro. I gotta end the show and I ain't got time for this, but I'm gonna let you do it anyway, though. But just let me land and you can land your plan. The thing is this right here. When a nigga say, let me tell my truth, he's finna tell you his own little fucked up distortion of the truth. Ain't no such thing as my truth, his truth, your truth. It's just the truth.
That don't work. That has never worked. There's things that are matters of fact. Like usually on a clear day, the sky is blue. That's a fact. Usually, yes, usually there are fish in the water. Usually. Not all water, but you know.
Oh, okay, but still though, bro, you got this thing
That's
we
a
call.
fact.
Listen, bro, you got this thing we call life. Some people experience prison. Some people experience being shot. Like,
And
bro,
it's all truth. It ain't, listen, bro, if I ask everyone their interpretation of life, everyone will say the exact same thing. This shit full of ups and downs. Show me one person that ain't got ups and downs like every fucking body else. Even if you rich, it say, nigga, even if you Rockefeller, Rothschilds, you got ups and downs. It's simple. It's a sine wave, ups and downs.
Right. And then when you zoom into that, you'll see how everybody ups are still different still.
Bro, let me tell you something, bro.
But there are still matters of fact. There are things that are just factual, man.
Hold up.
Like,
Y'all chill out a minute. Let me respond to him on my own just for a minute. Up is up. I don't give a fuck if you took a plane up and he had to climb up. Guess what? It's universal direction. It ain't your up and my up and his up. Nigga, we all went up. How you went, that's on you. Like I just said, 2 + 2 is 4. If you say 1 + 3 is 4, I ain't debating that. But you can't say that's my 4. That's my truth. No, 1 + 3 is 4, period. 2 + 2 is 4, period. And you don't own it just because you said Sanchez, but I'm saying it my way. 0 + 4 is 4 too. That ain't your way of saying it. That's just another way of saying it that everyone say. You don't own it, bro. It's not yours. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, it ain't gotta be mine. I'm just telling you what it's saying. It ain't
And
gotta be mine.
I'm telling you, we waiting to hear your truth or what you saying the Bible saying. Because right now, I'm just telling you ain't no such thing as your truth and my truth. It's just the truth. So if you got the truth for me, I'm waiting to hear it, brother. Let's get past this little game. And what are you about to interpret? Give me the scripture and then proceed with your interpretation. Let's go.
I'm a globalist by myself every time. Now listen, what it states in the word, this ain't my truth. This is what it states. When it claimed that Jesus rose from the dead, the scriptures say that said touch me and you will see that it's not like it's not spirit, it's flesh. And when it talks about ascension with Jesus, Melchizedek, Elijah, Enoch.
How did we go here though?
Listen, let me finish. That's what I'm
I'm listening, bro. Go ahead, man.
What I was bringing up about the space age. So when we talking about ascension got something to do with traveling. So even when you talking about the Sirius star system.
Wait, don't be all over the place. You just said something about Jesus going to heaven, and that lost me because I was like, why did he even bring that up? What the hell? I'm lost.
So when you talk about space travel, that got something to do with ascension.
Bro, let me ask you something. Did Jesus go to heaven in a rocket made by NASA? Yes or no?
Nope, he ain't going no rocket.
Okay, so why the fuck are you bringing it up? Because that proves my point that Jesus went to heaven with self-mastery. And when you do that, you don't go physically on a rocket. You go by giving up the ghost, which is what the Bible said he did. Your ghost is your soul. When you get that up, it ascends because it's lighter than your body. That's how Jesus ascended to heaven. He didn't pay the Caesars $70 million a day and believe in animations to get him there through man's technology. He did it by following God's orders, and you ain't doing that following NASA. So stop bringing up the Bible to prove this damn wickedness, bro. Facts.
I ain't say that. I wasn't talking about no machinery. That's what I'm saying. I ain't talking about no machinery at all. I'm talking about being in
I know you're not. I'm saying that it's irrelevant to bring up Christ going to heaven when we're talking about rockets. He didn't use a rocket, so that was stupid.
That wasn't my argument, though.
It was, because we're talking about space being heaven and NASA promising us that we can colonize space. And when God told us you can only leave Earth by going to heaven doing good, we literally just was talking about that.
No, my argument was it ain't just spirit. That was my argument.
Well, your argument is irrelevant to the conversations, which is your problem. And what I'm telling you about your argument is if Jesus' body got up, then that debunks the Bible when the Bible say no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven. And the Bible ain't going to debunk itself and let Jesus come up there as a filthy corpse. Right? His ghost was given up. Go read the book. What ghost? The Holy Ghost. A nigga can't leave behind a ghost if he's still here, silly. Come on, man. This shit's old. This shit crazy, bro. Like, if I'm gone, but I left my ghost behind for y'all, does that mean my body's still here with my ghost? No. Shout out the Voodoo Child, man. Said global is beautiful dumbness. It's ugly dumbness for real. He ain't cute. It's ugly dumbness.
So this is what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. That's not going to heaven. That's space traveling. That's going to different planets.
Let me explain something to you, bro. The people who was writing the Bible, they call the stars the heavens. What we're pointing up today saying that's a galaxy, that's a planet. Enoch said those are the gateways into the heavens. So what we're calling space is what the biblical, there was no word called space during that time, but they called it the heavens, plural. That's what I'm telling you. You gotta know stuff like that, man, for these kind of conversations. But I gotta get out of here, Global Sensei. I ain't got all night to teach you, man. You gotta put in some work yourself. Peace and much love to everybody. Man, I can't thank y'all enough, brother. I really gotta go, but I'll be live again the weekend coming, brother.
One more question, man. Listen. So is heaven, I mean, is earth hell or heaven?
Earth is hell.
Right. My point. You don't see my point, do it.
You gotta make your point. You just can't ask vague questions. You don't see it? You don't? No, I don't. I'm squinching. I'm squinching the hell out of my eyes, and I don't see it, man.
Let me help you out. So if Earth is hell, because we talking about celestial bodies, then that means other planets ain't heaven. They could be hell too.
Bro, no, you don't understand biblical cosmology, and you too slow to look it up. Like I just told your ass, I said you got to do research for these conversations. When the biblical people was saying that Earth is the underworld, and they look, what's the opposite of down, y'all? Up, right? So if they was saying Earth is hell, they automatically saying up there is heaven, what's above the earth. When they was looking up at the goddamn stars all the time, in their mind, they was looking into the heavens. That's the way they worded it, right? Now, they was looking into the heavens above from the perspective of earth below. Can't look up at some shit that ain't up under. And what's up under heaven? Hell. What's in between heaven and hell? The earth. So guess what?
Yeah. I'm gonna hop on one day and I'm gonna show you my project.
God damn, bro! I want you to show me your logic.
You ain't understand my logic when I said this. You said hell, right? And this is you saying this celestial body of
bro.
Earth
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna show you something, bro. Let's watch this. Everything that starts at this little line that say Earth right there. Everything that's there and below is called hell. That line and above is called heaven. So hell literally starts where the earth begins at. Because think about this. The end of heaven would be the beginning of the earth. And if you keep going below that, you just going into deeper depths of hell. So earth is like you at the front damn door of hell. And from there, you can either enter hell or descend back up to the vault. That's what I'm showing you here.
I got you. I ain't understand your perspective. I got you now.
Oh, yeah, man. It ain't my perspective. That's why I told you, bro, you got to research this ancient cosmology. Because guess what? You be using words like firmament and shit. But you don't want to get involved with this ancient cosmology, which is crazy because bro, you can't be using people's word and not going to research their shit and then going against the people that are riding with the ancients, you know? Because I keep telling you, you really a flat earther, brother. You know what? Let me get up out of here. My old lady go. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. Let's show Global Sensei some love, panel, because he way more entertaining than Rob. I can kick it with him, though. It'd be fun as hell. We can't lie.
Opinion. Yeah, he got a reason for his opinion for sure.
Hey, yeah, he showed some good humbleness, man. Global, you did a good job. You showed some good restraint and humbleness, man. You almost got a little shaky there, but you proved yourself, man. That was cool.
Yeah, Global makes he makes a good show, man. I can't even care.
Hey, bro, before you go, I promise you, right? I'm on a new level of research, right? Where I'm looking up like Adam and Eve, and like every name has a function or a meaning behind or a definition, right? What we call the etymology. What the word Adam means, it means something. What the word Eve means, it means the mother earth. When you type in all the names in the Bible, because I don't have ChatGPT, right? I want you to do this. I want you to help me with this. Type in all of the actual human names in the Bible, and it'll give you sentences of what the names mean. And when you read out the sentences, it gives you a different story. But that's what we're gonna be at soon. Nobody on the internet is there yet. But hey, shout out to y'all, for sure. Deep research.
Sure. And when I'm through with Dave McKeegan, then I'm gonna go to the occult side of NASA and go into like the Roman Empire. I'm gonna come back with the syncretism and stuff. But this Artemis thing, I got to really be thorough with it. But man, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna get on out of here, but I can't wait to come to part 3 and get on this
Appreciate
steam
you,
and
Sam.
shit.
Appreciate you.
For
Peace
sure,
to the
man.
family. Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods.
Appreciate all
Peace
y'all.
to the
For sure.
gods. Sure. Thank y'all once again for every single super chat, every Cash App, every Patreon, and all that. And I did promise that I would gift memberships before I close the stream, so I'm not going nowhere. If you still here right now at the very end, you may get a membership. I'm gonna gift the memberships right now. Appreciate y'all. I don't choose who get memberships, but I gifted 5 memberships, and the people that got memberships, salutes to y'all. If you didn't get gifted a membership, just keep coming to these live streams. I gift 10 memberships every month, 5 and 5. So peace and love.